Go ahead, Jessica.
Good morning. Today is Monday, December 14, 2020. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. At this time, at the request of Commissioner Robinson, we'd like to go ahead and take a moment of silence for Sergeant Aguilar.
Jessica?
Yes. Today we are joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and Lauren Garcia. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation by Pam Ferroni.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We exalt your holy name, Jehovah God. In the book of Revelation, you say, "Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come into him and dine with him and he with me." What an amazing gift of relationship you offer to the people of El Paso County. You have been knocking on the door of our hearts through the pressure of COVID-19, the stress of uncertainty, and the inability of many to provide for their families. The unknown future overwhelms people and fear is rampant. Lord, you call to all of us from Matthew 11:28. Come unto me, all you who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. We call on you now, Lord. As we open our hearts, I pray you will give those who are weary rest. Give those who are fearful peace. Give those who have need the resources to take care of their families. Give those who are discouraged hope. May your presence be experienced by all who participate in this virtual meeting of El Paso County Commissioners Court. We pray your blessings of wisdom and discernment over our county judge, Commissioner Leon, Commissioner Pettis, Commissioner Stout, Commissioner Robinson, and over the leaders and staff who are the glue that hold El Paso County together and who make all the moving parts work. As 2020 comes to a close, we acknowledge we have been charting a new course. We have never been this way before. Most of us don't have 2020 vision, and we have not seen everything as clearly as we would have liked. From your vantage point, we ask you to dry up and blow away the chaff, the unfruitful works of 2020, and bless the works of our hands that will continue to bear fruit in the new year. May this Christmas season be less commercial and more about understanding the gift of salvation that was bought for each of us because Jesus willingly left his throne in heaven and was born as a babe in a manger to become the light of the world. Amen, and so be it.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ferroni. I want to thank you not only for today, but every time that you've taken the time and the effort to be with us at the beginning of Commissioners Court. So I really thank you for sharing your thoughts and words during the entire year, and we look forward to next year as well. And hopefully, your family also, that they be safe and that you're taken care of during these holidays. So thank you very much, Mrs. Ferroni.
Thank you.
Jessica, you want to go ahead and read item 13? So I could.
Yes, Judge. Item number 13. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Thank you. Well, first of all, just want to thank you on behalf of myself and Commissioners Court. We do thank you for participating. As I've said, every Monday, it's a lot of information, and we do need to get that information out there. So your participation is extremely valuable. It's probably the most accurate because you've got all the commissioners that here with us, and so we make every effort that the information is accurate and that you may be able to pass that on to other individuals in your family. And so I do want to thank you that. And today is the last regular session that we'll have at Commissioners Court. So for those of you that we'll have on the 17th, this Thursday, we will have the executive session. But for those of you that are going to be not attending that, we want to thank you for your participation throughout the entire year. We also want to wish you and your family and all your loved ones a very safe Christmas and an amazing start of a new year. So looking forward to some things that, I think we're looking a little bit better. We just have to keep our guard, not drop our guard and be able to do what we need to do during this last I feel like we're at that last point where we really need to get that second wind and really go out there and do the best we can in staying away from gatherings and once again we've asked the community throughout the entire year. I know how hard that must be to ask you one more, actually twice, for Christmas and New Year's that you limit that interaction. So that we could start 2021 in the best possible way that we can. Still, we're moved from stage 1 to stage 2 in our scoreboard, and so that we have 26% of COVID in hospitalizations, 405 new cases today. That's 37,308 active cases and 93,223 COVID cases in total. Today, once again, just our condolences and very sincere and heartfelt condolences to 12 new additional deaths. And that not to be surprised, but we are going to be having continued deaths. We're now at 1,212 deaths. As you remember that we were worried that we would hit 1,000 by the end of December, and we're at 1,200 deaths at this time, and with several investigations at this point in time. We are seeing the lower numbers, and we are having flattening. But one of the places that is not, it doesn't move as fast, and because of the volume, is obviously the deaths and the ability to process and get your loved ones who have passed away. In a timely basis, still a huge challenge. Therefore, the spike would really increase that challenge for our medical examiners, and it would, including the funeral homes. So we do thank you for everything you do. We are showing some evidence that community is stepping back, doing what they can, and then coming back home. So I think over and above the order and what we're trying to accomplish, we are having a lot of prudence. That's something I cannot mandate, is prudence and being safe out there. That's something that you, each and every one of you, especially family members, trying to do what they can within their own families. We do have, we'll be issuing the curfew starting on both. We're going to divide it just as we did for Thanksgiving, which would be from the first on Christmas, and then we'll be having another one at the beginning of New Year's, and that's strictly focused on social interactions and recreational gatherings that we have. This time, without a curfew, we would not be able to disperse large groups or things that happen like at Red Sands where there's 10, but then 10 get together with 10, and it's very difficult to enforce and say there's 20. So people will. It'll be a little different with a curfew. So once again, it's things that we don't like to do and dampen the spirit. But I think we want a lot more Christmases for all our loved ones and a lot more holidays and New Year's coming up. And so we do this right, we'll be a lot more successful. The big thing right now, COVID-19 vaccinations. I just want to let you know we're still figuring out when they should be coming in, either today, late today, or early tomorrow. We still have to look at the logistics, and we'll be talking about. We'll give you more details on a sort of town hall meeting on the vaccination on Thursday, so that you have more information on that. Just very concerned. We have to look at it as only one component, and that component is one, you to still, get your flu shot, be cautious out there. And that's not, those are things we have to do as we wait for the vaccination and all the logistics that takes place. And if I said over and over again, one of the best layers of protection is to be healthy. If you're healthy, your opportunities against it and your ability to be able to survive the virus, which is pretty harsh on underlying conditions, is to be healthy. So please be prudent, take your flu shot, and be safe out there, but also make sure that you take care of your health. And so we'll be talking about item 13 more specifically. But for now, as I said, don't want to dampen the spirits of the numbers going down and the Christmas coming up. But those can also be very dangerous factors that we've seen in the past, that we take, we drop our guard. 2-3 weeks later, we're dealing with some very difficult situations. Like I said, hospitals are getting a little bit more breathing room there, but we still would be in a difficult situation if we have a spike. Also want to remember that if you have a spike and you have the distribution of the vaccine, it requires manpower, it requires individuals and personnel. So the more we have to address the COVID at the same time, the more difficult it's going to be for everyone concerned. And so the other thing we want to encourage, it looks like efficacy of the vaccination is extremely favorable. We don't want people to hesitate. I think, we've had all our medical professionals say that it is the right thing to do. If you're hesitant and you don't miss that window of opportunity, I think it's going to be difficult to bring you back in. For example, if you're 65 and older and you have underlying concerns, you have severe health issues, and you're hesitant, and that passes you, that window of opportunity passes, then you're going to have a difficult time getting back on track. And so we just want to, if we do everything the way it should be done and accordingly, I myself would be more than willing to take that dose if it helps gain any kind of confidence. But that's how we feel. And I know that our state delegation, our Congresswoman Congresswoman Escobar, and everyone, we're going to encourage, from each one, our commissioners here at their precincts. We have to do this right, and we have to make it favorable for our community. And we do not want, any reaction that we're not doing it properly or that we still have inventory. We want that inventory to be depleted quickly so that everyone knows that we're doing the right thing and that we are waiting for more doses so we can help. Once again, remember, you take the dosage, it's 21 days later, you take the second one. The first one has 54% protection, but there are cases between the first and second that you can get COVID, so it's not a cure, and you have to wait for the second doses to feel more secure, which would take up to 94%. Once again, from myself and commissioners, we wish you the best going into the holidays and the New Year's. But very cautious. This is, hopefully we're in the last leg, and we need your help and your cooperation. So thank you very much for whatever you could do to avoid spreading this incredible, relentless virus. Thank you very much. Jessica?
Item number 4 is the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4AJ. For item number 4V, we do have a request from the ITD department to postpone for 3 weeks. Item 4V, V as in Victor, reads, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the MK Insight Support and Maintenance Renewal between the County of El Paso and Idea Gen. Funding is available in General Fund ITD Maintenance Repair Software in the amount of $11,981.17. Contract number 2020-1073. Are there any items members of the court would like to pull for further discussion?
Commissioners?
Motion to approve the rest.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution supporting the Border Network for Human Rights 2021 Immigration Reform Campaign. And just for information, we do have 3 speakers signed up for this item.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you, Jessica, and thank you, Judge. Good morning, everybody. It gives me great pride to be able to present this resolution. As we said, I think there are a couple of folks on the line from the Border Network and other organizations that support this. But for context, I just wanted to let everybody know that we participated in a caravan event with the Border Network for Human Rights and other folks last weekend to call for immediate reform in 2021 by the new Congress and the new administration when it comes to immigration. And I can tell you that there's real energy and desire to advocate for substantive immigration reform in the new year after everything that we have faced as a result of the current administration's cruelty, but also because of the inaction that, allowed so many wrongs to be perpetuated. And so I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record, and which highlights some of the action that I believe as a court we should support, and then we can hear from the folks on the line. So whereas fixing our broken immigration system has been an urgent issue for the past decade to protect the well-being of our communities, economy, and nation as a whole, and whereas our immigration system has consistently been neglected by our representatives in government, and that same negligence allowed the Trump administration to subject our border communities to 4 years of relentless persecution, racism, and xenophobia that harm millions of families. And whereas this inaction has also resulted in the total lack of accountability for the serious human rights abuses carried out by the Department of Homeland Security agencies and local law enforcement against immigrants and communities of color. And whereas Border Network for Human Rights 2021 Immigration Reform Campaign is sending a message to elected officials at all levels of government, from this body to the city council, the state legislature, Congress, and the Biden administration, to stop kicking the can down the road. And whereas Border Network is not only outlining their demands for our border communities, but provides concrete steps that ought to be taken by those in power to execute them. And whereas it is time for just and inclusive reform to become a top priority of all legislative agendas so that we can achieve true justice for all of our border communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved by El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that we support the Border Network for Human Rights 2021 Immigration Reform Campaign at the borderland and further support the below-mentioned priorities. The introduction of fair, inclusive, and humane immigration reform package, a commitment to use executive powers to repeal the destructive immigration policies targeting immigrant families and children in the border region implemented by the Trump administration, the passage of immigration reform that includes a pathway to citizenship for the nearly 12 million undocumented residents in the U.S., including Dreamers, DACA recipients, and TPS holders, the demilitarization of the southern border, and the dismantlement of the border wall of hate, accountability from local and federal law enforcement, including DHS agencies, for human rights violations specifically occurring at the U.S.-Mexico border, the closure of immigration detention facilities across the country, and the reunification of families who were separated due to cruel and unjust immigration policies. Signed this 14th day of December, 2020.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Before I give my vote, I just want to say a few words. As most of you know, that I spent 30 years with the El Paso Police Department. I came to know that department inside and out. And I've got to tell you that that department, the El Paso Sheriff's Department, are two of the best departments in the entire country. I supported our law enforcement in the past. I support it today. I will support it in the future. And for those reasons, I cannot and will not support this resolution. So my vote is no.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
to condemn the majority because of what a few does is not the right way to go. So my vote on this, I actually is no.
Judge Samaniego.
Well, it's always difficult when it splits like that. I do know that we have had partnerships with the organization, the Border Network. We've actually gone into lawsuits together, and I just feel that we could balance the situation of approaching this resolution, but in a manner that within that resolution. That we do take into account this incredible law enforcement that we have, the incredible things that are done in our community, so I'm hoping that a split vote doesn't mean that we're either all in or all out kind of situation, but that we have a balance of a tremendous amount of pride and love for what enforcement does here in our community. But if I vote against that, then I'm also not looking at some of the tragedies and some of the things that we need to look at that happen because of these political situations that put a lot of our brothers and sisters in jeopardy. And so hopefully that this balance will be that we don't look at it as holistic, but that there's elements in the resolution that I think that we can be able to support, and some that on a personal level would not be, we don't have to support. So I'm going to vote a yes on this one.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I'm not sure I understand the sentiment that this resolution has any way condemned or is condemning law enforcement as a whole. The only paragraph or within the resolution that talks about local law enforcement talks about accountability and human rights abuses that can be and have been perpetrated by law enforcement. So that doesn't, in my opinion, make a blanket statement about any one law enforcement agency locally. It means that we should hold folks accountable for abuses that they commit. Just like we hold criminals accountable for crimes they commit, we have to also hold people that don a uniform accountable for abuses that are committed, whether it is local law enforcement or DHS or whomever, but this is not some type of blanket statement saying that we condemn every law enforcement agency or agent, and I feel it's unfortunate that that folks are trying to twist it to be that, but. We can go ahead and hear from folks from the public now, Judge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Judge, I've got a comment.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
Commissioner Stout, nobody's trying to turn the words in any way. You had this resolution, this type of resolution, sometime in the past. You took that law enforcement stuff out. I guess that was disingenuous. And now you're comparing criminals to local law enforcement. So absolutely not. I would never support something like that. You have the police department, the sheriff's department has the entire community behind it. We've got great law enforcement. And I'm offended by you adding this again to your resolution. So, no, yes, I would like to hear from the public. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon. Go ahead. Who do we have, Miguel?
We do have several people on Teams. I don't know, Mr. Marentes, are you speaking on this item? If you can unmute yourself.
Who's on the call, Miguel?
It was Mr. Marentes.
Marense?
Marentes.
Okay,
He
go
might
ahead.
have disconnected. Anyone else on Teams?
Yeah, this is Fernando Garcia from Border Network.
If you can turn on your camera. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Fernando. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge, commissioners. Again, want to congratulate all of you for the work done this year. It was a very difficult year, so you need to know that you have our appreciation. Our community understand that you're leading El Paso in these difficult moments. So really would like to thank you. Also would like to thank Commissioner Stout for presenting this resolution. Listen, I think it would be very unfortunate that this resolution would be distorted of what is not and what is meant to be. This resolution deals with immigration reform. And in the language of the resolution, there is nothing that is condemning law enforcement. And I think I'm very surprised that is being said in this court, because if you read it again, it is called, one of the aspects of the resolution is called for accountability, and accountability is an American value. We need to make our elected officials accountable. We need to make our institutions accountable, and I don't believe anybody would be against accountability. I think it's the best interest of the community. But the purpose of this resolution is that for 20 years we've been fighting for immigration reform. But this is very close to our families in El Paso. I mean, 50,000 El Pasoans at least. They live in the shadows. They are not integrated in our economy, in our community, in a formal way. They are not being recognized. They are being exposed to exploitation and abuse. So immigration reform is about ending abuse. It's about ending separation of families. Immigration reform is about ending children incarceration. We don't want more children in jails. And this is what you're voting for. I mean, you're voting against having children in jails. You're voting for actually having a process that would unify families, and specifically a process that would give immigrants the chance to be in the right side of the law. So I think we really appreciate that the county passed the resolution. I would wish that it would be a decision by consensus. But I think this is the resolution. There is what you're gonna see going out of this resolution is that the county supports immigration reform, and there is nothing in this resolution that condemns law enforcement. If that was the purpose, we would work with all of you. But I think that was not the purpose of this resolution. I think, again, we really recognize your leadership, Commissioner Stout. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Marentes.
Go ahead, Miguel.
Go ahead, Mr. Marentes.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego and respectable members of the El Paso County Commissioner Court. Good morning to all. My name is Carlos Marentes. For 40 years, I have been working in El Paso County, serving the regional agricultural workers and their families who continue to face serious working and living conditions as a result of the historic exclusion they have suffered all their lives. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude and recognition to Judge Samaniego and the county commissioners for their efforts on behalf of the thousands of people in El Paso County who continue to suffer disproportionately the effects of the current pandemic crisis. Your firm stand against the pressures of central governments is commendable. You have put the health and safety of the people of El Paso County above political interest, and your leadership, Judge Samaniego, is appreciated. This morning, I'd like to speak in favor of Commissioner Davis-Staub resolution to address the current broken system that continues to affect many hard-working people, families, and students in our community. This resolution will strengthen the efforts of our sister organization, the Border Network for Human Rights, to advance its 2020 immigration reform campaign. During these recent electoral events, it became very clear that the people are demanding changes to the anti-immigrant acts and policies implemented for many years, but especially during the past 4 years. By passing the resolution, you are sending the message that you have heard the people and that you are in favor of its mandate to act on overdue policies and actions on behalf of the migrant families and working people who are important part of the community and who deserve to enjoy the rights that other sectors of our population already enjoy. This political action will send a message that the interests of all members of our communities, no exclusion, are important and that we need to advance in El Paso County, where the human rights of everybody are respected and recognized. Muchas gracias.
Carlos, I want to thank you for your kind words, and you really motivate us as to what we're doing. But also want to thank you for everything you've done for lots and lots of years in favor of our community and in favor of the more vulnerable individuals. And I thank you for expressing that. I too believe that this is a resolution that the content is really the reforms that are needed. And like I said, in my case, there's never, ever a doubt of law enforcement being on our side. We're the safest community because of that. There's a lot of factors, but I believe that the strongest factor is law enforcement has done a great job here. Our sheriffs and our police department have done an amazing job. So thank you for that clarification that both for Fernando and yourself, that it's a balance of what I'm focusing on is that I don't want to lose the opportunity to see immigration reform, because I think we've lived it, and the refugee crisis was just so incredible. And I know people like yourself and Fernando were right in the midst of that situation. So once again, thank you for your kind words, and thank you for taking your time to express your thoughts and comments, Carlos. Very much appreciated.
Thank you, Josh.
Miguel?
Ms. Semeli de Aslan, I see you here on Teams. If you want to unmute yourself.
Who is that, please? I didn't get that.
Semeli de Aslan. If you want to mute your phone, Semeli.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good morning. First and foremost, thank you, Border Network for Human Rights, for preparing this resolution, but more than that, for fighting for immigrant rights and for justice in our community for way over 20 years. This resolution, and again, thank you, Commissioner Stout, for clarifying to your colleagues and our elected officials what this resolution represented. I feel like it definitely is a first step in repealing what Trump has created, not only in our community, but also a message to the nation. Just to reiterate, this resolution had nothing to do with criticizing those that the police department. I think this was a first step, a soft step moving forward. And so I really hope that all those sitting here today and representing El Paso on the Commissioner's Court will move forward to continue to communicate and work with the immigrant community. One thing that I really admire about standing with the Border Network for Human Rights is this is an organization led by immigrants. It's an organization led by the immigrant community, and there aren't very many organizations that create that space for some of our most marginalized, disenfranchised community members. And so to have the opportunity to move forward alongside with our immigrant community. That should have been done, consensus today, but that just shows we have a lot of work to do. I do want to emphasize that our work, the work as far as the message that we want to send to the nation starts here at home in El Paso on the border in a highly immigrant community, a community of immigrants. And so this is about pushing Biden, reminding Biden what his promises were on the campaign trail, reminding Biden that we're not going to take the Obama era as far as the deportation machine, repealing Trump, which if we thought it was bad before, it got 1,000 times worse, and holding ourselves accountable. I think we need to really implement the models that are aligned with immigrant justice. We need to hold DHS and ICE accountable. We need to keep them out of our jails, out of our county jails. We need to keep them, stop them from deporting, stop them from making, from going into our courthouses. And so, again, I've spoken with Border Network in various capacities. One that I recall right now is at the State House alongside sheriffs and police who did not want to be obligated to enforce unjust immigration laws. And so, if you really want to side with justice, if you really want to side with what it means to protect ourselves, I hope that you continue this conversation moving forward. And I'm appreciative that you've passed this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Somali. Appreciate your time and your thoughts and passion. It's obvious the passion that you have behind this, and we thank you for that. And once again, immigration reform here in El Paso, more than any place, is very much needed because of what we've seen in our borders. And I think we have to send a strong message to our neighbors as how we think about them and the people that are already here. And like most people, that myself being first generation, and all the things, good things that have happened. And we can't stop now. And, a lot of successes and things have changed because of immigrants that have come to our country. And we're responsible for a lot of great things that have happened here in our country. So we cannot change that attitude that all of a sudden we don't care for immigrants, when this is how our country was made. It was, in essence, created by all this immigrants that made our country great. And so that's where I stand is very strongly, is that we need to look at this very closely. And if you were involved in the refugees, you saw it. I mean, just the sadness and the things that happened. And you're right, we need to hold accountable our elected officials. President-elect Joe Biden we got a lot of excitement and expectations about what he's going to do. But we have to make sure that we do keep an eye out and make sure that they go in the right direction. And so thank you for your kind words as well. And hopefully we'll be established in a way in 2021 to do much better when it comes to immigration reform.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Next person we have
Miguel
is Ms. Karen Dykes.
Hi, Karen.
Good morning to the judge and the commissioners, and I just want to say thank you for bringing up these issues. I agree wholeheartedly that they're important on an international level, and especially so here in our beautiful border town. I fully agree with the premise that Congress must act to fix our broken immigration system, and we as a nation must do all that we can to protect the human rights of some of the most vulnerable populations on earth. However, I'm grateful that you all clarified that the language in the third declaration in the resolution was not meant to condemn law enforcement, because I believe that if you just read the words as they're written, the issue is that it seems to casually accuse our local law enforcement of serious human rights abuses without stating any evidence in support of this idea. And given the influence of such a resolution, I would just hope that the court in the future would make every endeavor not to denigrate, even accidentally, or to slander our local law enforcement agencies in the process of doing this good. Now, just like Black Lives Matter and immigrant lives matter, words matter. As an attorney who has drafted contracts and reviewed them, I know that sometimes subtle changes, even in sentence structure, can change the way a phrase is interpreted. And as such, I just want to make sure that we are not dragging down our local law enforcement, even in the name of doing good. And I do believe that this is good. So thank you so much for your time.
Karen, it's always such a pleasure to have you and your thoughts and your wisdom and the great balance that you bring, because you're not saying one or the other, but I think it's great feedback. It would be something that the commissioner would have to, I don't know, after passing the resolution, but I do appreciate that we're a little bit more cautious as far as making sure, because when time passes, they see the resolution and we're not here to talk about the balance of how we're trying to address this. So, but I do thank you for that feedback, Karen. Really appreciate that.
Thank you all so much. You take care. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Karen.
Next person we have is Ms. Pam Ferroni.
Mrs. Ferroni, thank you.
Well,
go ahead.
Good morning again, Judge Samaniego and commissioners. I appreciate this opportunity to express my concerns this morning. And my perspective is a little bit different, but I appreciate, again, being able to speak in this public comment time and share with you the perspective of others of your constituents. When I read this resolution, as I prepared to be on this morning's call, I confess my heart sank. Initially, I considered trying to respond to this resolution statement by statement, but quickly realized time would not permit. I took a step back, so to speak, to look at the bigger picture and try to understand the purpose of this resolution. I found myself wondering whose agenda this represents. Commissioner Stout, in March of this year, you self-identified as the most progressive commissioner in El Paso County, and you stated that Bernie Sanders' policies line up with yours. Bernie Sanders calls himself a democratic socialist, so I deduce from this your true beliefs. You have submitted a resolution that does not represent the values of a significant number of people in El Paso, including many moderate Democrats. You have submitted a resolution that once again uses rhetoric and accusations to further your political agenda by appealing to people's emotions. You have submitted a resolution that reveals your desire for open borders, not the desire of your constituents to live in a secure and safe community and country. Your open borders plan also creates a permanent underclass dependent on the state. You have submitted a resolution that again exposes your contempt for living under the rule of law, instead implying law enforcement is a tool for denying justice to minorities. Cops get in the way of us doing what we want, taking what we want, and having civil order. If anarchy and chaos abound, it will be easier to convince people that the problem is not the lack of law enforcement, but the presence of law enforcement. You have submitted a resolution in keeping with the stated progressive agenda to place immediate pressure on Vice President Biden to stand with you on progressive key issues if the party wins control of Washington. These sometimes subtle but dangerous progressive philosophies are moving us closer to the day when we will be living in a totalitarian state where government replaces God. And for those of you who know me, you may think this sounds really extreme. I have studied this, I have studied history, and I have followed this for a long time. Misuse of scripture is sometimes used to guilt people into believing we should throw our borders wide open. Exodus 22:21 is an example. We shall not oppress a stranger, for we know the heart of the stranger. We were once strangers too. The problem is this does not apply. The Hebrew word for stranger refers to one who had entered Israel and followed legal procedures to obtain recognized standing as a resident alien. The truth is that not every would-be immigrant should be allowed into the United States, and acknowledging that truth does not make someone a racist or xenophobic. If you want the county to support immigration reform that can be stated without all of the divisive rhetoric. Judge and commissioners, while I agree that migration and immigration issues desperately need to be addressed, it will never successfully happen when the discussion is reduced to inflammatory rhetoric on a pointless resolution that does not reflect the values of most of your constituents. I urge you to carefully consider the meaning behind the language, and that is what I am objecting to today, and the rhetoric included in this resolution. I'm disappointed this was approved before being given the opportunity to address my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ferroni. Appreciate your time and your words. Miguel?
That's it for the calling. I don't know if anyone else on Teams joined the meeting for this item.
Well, I'm
Yes,
gonna
I
make
would like
I'm gonna make a commitment going on 2021. Jessica, Caesar, Betsy, Christina, and everyone that prepares this is that we will always have public comments before voting on the resolution. I think there's been a lot of passion and things that we could have discussed prior to that, they bring insight to things that we might not see. But I think it makes more sense, as Mrs. Ferroni said, and that is that we need to hear public comment before the voting, because there's too much information and opportunities for our guests to be able to chime in and maybe help us reflect and make the decisions based on what we've been hearing instead of the other way around. So, apologize for the process at this time because I think it was very informative. But I think going forward, we'll make sure that our resolution is, it's followed by public comment so that we can then have a discussion as commissioners and myself. It probably would be much more productive with that input and feedback. So I'll be making that change going forward.
Judge, we do
Excuse
have,
me, Judge.
we do have, I'm sorry, we do have somebody who spoke up. Can you please state your name?
Hi.
Hold on, Ms. Aslan. Miss, is this Adriana?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
What's the name, please? I didn't catch
Thank you,
that.
Judge. I apologize. I wanted to just speak up in regards to the resolution that's being discussed, if I may. I just wanted
Absolutely.
to reiterate our support. My name is Adriana Cadena. I am the coordinator for RITA, which is the Reform Immigration for Texas Alliance. We're a statewide organization that has allies in different sectors from business, law enforcement, religious, as well as community-based organizations. Among some of our steering committee members include the Mexican American Legislative Caucus, the Texas Business Immigration Coalition, as well as organizations like Raíces and Mi Familia Vota, the Border Network for Human Rights, and others. I just wanted to reiterate that this resolution is really in the spirit of who El Paso is and how El Paso has responded to immigrants and the need to address immigration in our country. We are the new Ellis Island, where we have seen the plight of immigrants fleeing the conditions in their countries to come and seek refuge. Unfortunately, the current administration has created conditions that have really dehumanized our immigrant communities. And nonetheless, I think that over and over again, El Paso has stood up to that and has welcomed those communities. And you can see that in the crisis that we had, as well as in every day where we embrace who El Pasoans are and the communities that come with us and how we collaborate together. El Paso has over 55,000 individuals who are undocumented. And so a resolution like this first calls for legalization and a pathway to citizenship for those millions of individuals who need to have a pathway to be here in the country as residents and as citizens. And secondly, to address the issue of accountability. I think all of us as citizens of this great nation want to have accountability of our elected officials, of administrative government agencies, and that includes law enforcement agencies. And there is nothing un-American about that. Actually, it is American that we seek that accountability And this resolution does not exactly demonize law enforcement. I think on the contrary, and as Rita, we have seen that law enforcement works with us because they also want to see what is the betterment for our community. And on the contrary, what we're asking for is simply that there is greater accountability, what is being utilized, what resources are being used in our government and in specifically in El Paso County, and how is law enforcement responding to the needs of the citizens. And so I think that this is not a resolution that at all is against law enforcement. On the contrary, it's a resolution that works to bring greater accountability and to help law enforcement do their job better, because we believe in making America great, and the way that we make America great is because immigrants make America great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cadena. Appreciate your time and your additional comments. I appreciate that. Thank you for holding on and being able to participate. Thank you. Okay, Miguel.
I don't know if Ms. Aslan still had additional comments.
Yes, this is Marco Raposo with the Peace and Justice Ministry of the Catholic Diocese of El Paso. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes, and your name again, please? I didn't catch that.
Marco Raposo.
Oh,
with
okay,
the Peace
Marco,
and Justice
thank you.
Ministry for the Catholic Diocese of El Paso.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
I just want to thank Commissioner Stout. Well, good morning, Judge, and all the commissioners before that.
Good morning.
And I'd like to thank Commissioner Stout for putting forward this resolution, and also Border Network for providing the material and the direction that is the content of the resolution. It's needless to say that immigration reform, a path for citizenship for 12 million or plus, no separation of families are much needed and have been needed for many decades. We here in El Paso experience immigration both because we are a community of immigrants, but also because the flux of immigration comes through us very often first. And I remember serving the many refugees arriving a couple of years ago and listening to their stories and confirming the fact that immigration reform is needed, because we need to receive all the immigrants, but we needed to do it in a way that is respect their human dignity, and is a way that is done correctly with the support of the proper government agencies, particularly federal agencies. So again, I'm just calling in support of both the work of Border Network and also of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Very much appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Ms. Aslan?
Okay. Miguel?
That is all that we have so far, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, thank you for all your comments, a lot of participation, and like I said, we'll try to get that feedback in prior to us making a decision so that everybody feels comfortable that at the end we've heard sufficient to make as commissioners and myself, make the right decision. So we thank you for that. Okay, everybody have a great day, and back to you, Jessica.
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution declaring the month of December 2020 as the National Impaired Driving Prevention Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. This is Cesar Nava. I'll be reading this this resolution on behalf of Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Cesar.
Whereas Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, proclaimed December 2020 as the National Impaired Driving Prevention Month 2020, urging all Americans to make responsible decisions and take appropriate measures to prevent impaired driving. Whereas there are more than 800 DWI courts nationwide, and whereas DWI courts have served thousands of people, whereas they are recognized as the most successful justice system intervention in our nation's history, and whereas they save an average of $6,000 for every individual they serve, and whereas treatment courts significantly improve substance use disorder treatment outcomes, substantially reduce addiction and related crime, and do so at less expense than any other criminal justice strategy. And whereas treatment courts facilitate community-wide partnerships, bringing together public safety and public health professionals. And whereas treatment courts demonstrate that when one person rises out of substance use and crime, we all rise. Whereas El Paso County DWI Drug Court Program is designed to reduce recidivism of alcohol and drug offenders and to enhance public safety through a cost-effective integrated continuum of care and a judicially supervised regimen of treatment and innovative case management. Now therefore be it resolved by Commissioners Court that the month of December is proclaimed as National Impaired Driving Prevention Month 2020. Signed this day and passed, approved this December 8th, 2020.
Second.
Approved.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Commissioner
Judge,
Robinson.
I believe we have Judge Anchondo available to speak on this issue. You know, in lieu of incarceration, there is a problem in our society for drunk driving, but we need to make sure we have all the measures available to us to preclude those individuals from drunk driving, and rehabilitate those who do. I yield to Judge Anchondo.
Thank you. Judge Anchondo, always a pleasure. Thank you.
Judge, thank you so much for the opportunity to be present, and also with the county commissioners, and I hope you all are safe. Of course, and I always appreciate the platform to be able to speak about an issue that always concerns not only the community, but our state and national. And that's to make people aware about National Impaired Driving Prevention Month for this year. Our current president, as well as other presidents in the past, have declared this month to be National Impaired Driving Prevention Month. And that's just to make the public, our communities, our stakeholders aware of the importance of driving under the influence and under drugs. We're losing, of course, too many folks in our roads, in our public highways, to alcohol and drug driving. So it's an opportunity, of course, to just bring the attention to folks, especially during this pandemic crisis that we're currently in. So we just wanted to make sure that people stay safe and make sure that they don't get behind the wheel when they've been drinking or driving. Of course, our program continues to help those who suffer through these addictions. We're very proud to have graduated many and not had too many of these people come back into our system. And now they continue to be law-abiding citizens, following the rule of law and being safe on our roads. And so I appreciate the time. I know you all are very busy taking care of business, but I do always appreciate the time that you give us to just make folks aware of the importance of impaired driving.
Judge Anchondo, just a few comments at I always understood the impact that you and your team and your court had, but when I started participating a little closer and I saw the impact of, the moms sort of getting their son or daughter back after treatment and being able to not worry about what was going to be the next time they'd hear a call, or that they were either in an accident or they had created an accident because of their DWI. But Then the national recognition that is so important for El Paso that your court has received. But we thank you. The number of lives is just, especially now that we see lives that we're losing every day because of COVID, but just to know that there's less lives being lost in our community because of people getting the right treatment, and that you advocate for this safer type driving. And so we thank you. It's just been a great honor to know what's going on in your court, and whatever I could do to continue to participate is just really lifted my spirits to know that the treatment does work, and that we can make a dent in some of the challenges that we have in our community when we do the right things and we do follow the right protocols as you and your court and your team have done so many years. So Judge Anchondo, congratulations on a great treatment court.
Thank you so much, Judge. And of course, I appreciate your support, as well as our commissioners and our local stakeholders. We always appreciate the support.
Thank you, Judge. Miguel?
Unless anybody else is talking on this item, I believe that is all, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Commissioner Robinson? Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Robinson, or any further additional thoughts or words as we move to the next resolution?
Well, since we have the holiday, Christmas New Year holiday coming up, but we want to make sure that everyone, in spite of the fact that we have the pandemic going around, we want to make sure that everyone have a happy and safe holiday, and don't drink and drive.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Very, very much needed words at this time in our situation. We do not need any further tragedies or things that really burden our families during these holidays. So thank you, Commissioner, for bringing this resolution.
Thank you.
Jessica?
Item 5C, approve and adopt a resolution declaring the month of December 2020 as Combined Arms and Texas Veterans Network Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you.
Whereas the County of El Paso is proud to partner with Combined Arms and the Texas Veterans Network to help make Texas the first interconnected state for military, veterans, and their families in the United States. And whereas the County of El Paso collaborated with the City of El Paso, Chamber of Commerce, Endeavors, Combined Arms, the University of Texas Institute for Military Veteran Family Wellness, and over 150 veteran-serving organizations in the region to deploy the El Paso Needs Assessment to over 1,500 respondents in order to better understand the needs of the region's veteran population, which has been hailed as one of the most successful and statistically significant assessments of its kind. And whereas Combined Arms, a Texas-based collaborative impact organization, using an innovative approach of technology and service delivery to disrupt the veteran transition experience, along with the Texas Workforce Commission, Texas Veterans Commission, and El Paso leaders, are joining efforts to connect veterans and their families with the resources and programming needed to thrive and forming the Texas Veterans Network. And whereas by accelerating the transition from military to civilian life and growing the transition model to meet the needs of fragmented communities and the veteran families who live in them, this consortium is partnering to make Texas the first interconnected state for veteran services. And now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that December 2020 be known as Combined Arms and Texas Veterans Network Month. That the County of El Paso recognizes the contributions and commitment of Combined Arms and the Texas Veteran Network in appreciation and recognition of their unwavering commitment and support to our El Paso veteran community. Signed this 14th day of December 2020 by Commissioner Carlos Leon, Precinct 1, Commissioner David Stout, Precinct 2, Commissioner Vincent M. Perez, Precinct 3, Commissioner Carl Robinson, Precinct 4, and Ricardo A. Samaniego, our County Judge.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Dwyer?
Carl?
Judge, we have Mr. Dan Webb, and we have one of the other individuals from the Veterans Committee that should be online.
Excellent. Miguel, do you want to go ahead and get those on?
Yes, Mr. Webb, go ahead. Mr. Dan Webb, if you want to unmute yourself.
Being a beast on that resolution, VAB.
Go ahead, Mr. Webb, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying that on behalf of VAB, being a speaking on that resolution.
Mr. Dwyer?
Yes, good morning, Commissioner and judges. First of all, we want to thank you for once again supporting such an important initiative, focusing on veterans and veterans' needs. As the resolution stated, this is another effort as a result of our veteran needs assessment to continue to collaborate with Combined Arms, which is the lead agency that is working to connect veterans with the needed resources across Texas and across our local community partners. I believe we have Ms. Mia Garcia, who is the director of the Texan Veterans Network, on the line. I would like to invite her to make a few comments. And on behalf of the Veteran Advisory Board, our chairman, Mr. Ben Miranda, followed by any other people that are on the line to make comments toward this resolution. So, Ms. Garcia.
Excellent. Thank you. Ms. Garcia, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer, and commissioners and everyone that has supported the Texas Veterans Network. I just wanted to very quickly give you all a quick update. The Texas Veterans Network has only been being connected since May, and we've already connected more than 7,000 unique clients and had 12,000 referrals. So we're really serving this veteran community in a very holistic fashion, and we're looking forward to having greater connectivity across the state. And again, thank you for all of your support and for willingness to bring the best-in-class veteran-serving organizations and state agencies together to collaboratively serve the veteran community.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your words, Mia. Thank you.
Mr. Miranda?
Go ahead, Miguel.
Mr. Ben Miranda?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Judge, commissioners, thank you very much, as always, for supporting your unwavering support and support of our veterans here in El Paso County. You know, on behalf of the 50,000 plus veterans that live in our beautiful community, I want to thank you. We're finishing off the year strong, despite of all the barriers and challenges that our community has seen. I can tell you that the Veteran Advisory Board has not stopped being innovative and connecting veterans to resources to make sure that veterans, are finding quality jobs, that veterans are connected to the right healthcare providers, receiving phenomenal quality mental health care. Their quality life is continues to improve, and to continue to bring innovative ideas to the judge and to the commissioners. So I appreciate your support. This is a wonderful collaborative partnership with the Texas Veterans Network, with Combined Arms, because as we remember, when we presented the results of the Veteran Needs Assessment in July of this year, one of the main concepts that we found through the assessment is that we needed a system that's able to interconnect veterans to multiple resources, not only at the local level, but at the state and federal level. And this is one particular initiative that we know that will do that for us, and that's the Texas Veterans Network. So we continue to analyze that veteran needs assessment. It continues to be shared across the U.S. As the resolution stated, this veterans needs assessment set the benchmark for many other communities. Others were done in the past, but never like El Paso did it. And that's because it was done in a very collaborative effort. So I'm very excited of what 2021 is going to bring. There's still a lot of work to do, but we're definitely moving in the right direction. So Judge Samaniego, thank you for your support. Commissioners, thank you. Commissioner Robinson, thank you for always also being a big support of our veterans. God bless you all and happy holidays.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. Miguel?
Unless anybody else wants to talk, I believe that is all. Judge.
Well, thank you, and Mia and Ben, Carl, as always, and Commissioner Robinson, with your support on veterans. And, that survey, just there's so many things that we sort of understood, but this survey has really gotten us to have a clear direction as to what are they telling us. And as I said before, I think we used to guess at it. We were trying to figure out what was best, and having their input has really changed the strategies and the things that we want to do. And as you know, I never fail to say that all of these are building blocks for us to be one of the most important veteran community in the United States, and no reason why we shouldn't be the capital, veterans capital of the U.S. And I think Carl said last time of the world. So I'll fight for that first, the U.S. privilege, and then we'll go next to the world stage. But I want to thank all of you. Veterans have been such an important part of our community. I'm not sure that we understood that until the last couple of years. Ben, you've really brought some insight to us getting a better grip and understanding, and with your organization has done just an incredible job. And we have some great opportunities coming in 2021. The foundation is really established. I mean, I feel this is probably the best, structure that we have going into the new year that I've ever seen in our community. So thank you, all the different organizations. Mr. Webb, I don't know if we're able to get back with you, but we also appreciate what you're doing. So thank you very much to all of you. Once again, Commissioner Robinson, thank you for a great resolution. Combined Arms has been a great partner that we will continue enjoying for years to come.
Judge, just a couple further comments.
Absolutely.
When the nation of the United States made the call asking our veterans to step up and stand out in defense of this nation, our veterans did not hesitate. As we move forward, our veterans are making calls and say, we need help. It further certifies that we should not hesitate at any time to support our veterans. So I applaud our veterans and all the efforts. The veterans served the nation, and they're still serving the nation by serving their community. So God bless all the veterans, and may they have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Item number 5D. Approve and adopt a resolution declaring Santa Claus essential in El Paso County, Texas.
Well, this is a great pleasure of mine to be able to read this resolution into the record. But this is also, we didn't talk a little bit about what happened on Saturday, because this is sort of similar to that, where we want that lightheartedness in a very, very difficult time. That lightheartedness that we need so much. Had the opportunity to participate with a Jewish community in Hanukkah, and he talked about the light. Like we have to bring light to this darkness, and this lightheartedness as to what happened on Saturday. I think 3.5 hours of nonstop cars going in. and enjoying and recognizing our healthcare workers. It was quite an amazing event. I've never seen so much gratitude from everybody, and being able to be at a safe place in our community, and being able to bring the families out when it was a drive-through, obviously, and but just this is in the same light, that as we have challenges and difficult times, we also have to bring that light and that lightheartedness that we all need into our community. So I am so pleased to be able to read this resolution. Whereas the pandemic has halted our lives, as we have had no choice but to adopt a new kind of normal in order to protect the health and safety of our community, and whereas there are some traditions that must continue, such as the visit of Santa Claus, in order to give the children of our community the miracle of Christmas magic, and whereas it is important to express to the children of El Paso that Santa Claus's annual trip will be designated as essential travel for essential purposes, and where Santa Claus is exempt from the need of self-quarantine and will be able to come in and out of our community without having to restrict his movements. And whereas the children should not stay up all night because he does not need to social distance while delivering presents and drinking milk and eating cookies. And whereas the children of our community have remained resilient, and we must continue to share the love and joy this holiday season. Santa Claus will be able to visit those children at home and those that are sick and injured and cared for by the selfless and committed staff of El Paso Children's Hospital. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby declare Santa Claus as essential so he could deliver holiday joy and cheer on December the 24th, 2020. Signed this 14th day of December 2020.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And we have some incredible guests today, and I'll start off with our CEO from the Children's Hospital. Cindy, would you go ahead?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. As you all are aware, the children of our community are the future for this community, and there is nothing better than celebrating a long-standing tradition of Santa Claus making his worldwide rounds to spread joy and cheer. Our children of the El Paso County have been patient with all of the changes required for this pandemic. They have stayed positive for their parents, their grandparents, and even more importantly, sometimes their teachers. With this being said, it is important that Santa has access to our community to spread his cheer. And as the region's only not-for-profit children's hospital, we appreciate your support for the children and being able to spread that joy and that love that our children so much need and deserve. Thank you for the resolution.
Thank you very much, Cindy. And our next special guest?
Mr. Claus, if you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera, please.
Mr. Claus, can you hear us?
You're muted right now, sir. Mr. Claus,
Rudolph must have been playing a joke on.
That's what I was about to say. I think Rudolph is up to no good. Mr. Claus, are you there?
At the top of the screen, there's a little microphone. If you can click on it.
Yes, so you're muted. So if you could click, please, on that microphone right up on your screen. on that microphone right up.
On the right-hand corner, it's 2 symbols over from the word leave.
I believe he disconnected for now.
Left us.
You want to go ahead and reconnect, Miguel?
Yes, sir.
You want to go ahead and reconnect, Miguel?
One second, we're waiting for him to reconnect.
Okay, as we wait, I just want to just talk a little bit about our children's hospital. It has been just amazing. They go through very difficult times. They keep our families here in El Paso. Just a number of lives that have been saved because of our children's hospital. But the agony of families having to travel to other hospitals in the past is just amazing. And then their ability, as they financially have been recovering the way they have under COVID. So Cindy, we really thank you and your amazing staff and health workers and doctors and everyone that works there at Children's Hospital. If you ever want to bring delight into your heart, one, by giving and donating towards the Children's Hospital, but also later when things get back to normal, if you have the opportunity to visit that hospital and talk to the nurses and doctors and see their incredible, just very inspiring to be there. So Cindy, we do want to thank you and your staff and everyone associated with the Children's Hospital, and also your great partnership with the that you have with our UMC and with Jacob during this COVID crisis, and sharing space and all the things that you have to do to make it better for our community. So we thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Santa Claus, are you there? Mr. Santa Claus, are you there?
Well, we might not be able to hear from him. He's so far away that it's difficult to hear him. And so if we do not get to hear from him, obviously, there he is. Perfect. Hello, Mr. Santa Claus. So if we do not get to hear from him, obviously. Yeah, we can't hear you. If there's any way that we could hear you or raise your mic, it might be your beard. Hear you. If there's any way that we could hear you or raise your mic, it might be your beard.
Yes, he is unmuted, so I don't know if there might be. We might be having mic problems.
Well, we are going to have to move forward, but we just want to thank Santa Claus for being here and for spreading such great joy and cheer to all our children. And so it's very, very important. Our children going into this pandemic, if whatever we could do to get our children having a better life and community. So Santa, thank you very much for appearing on our here at Commissioner's Court, and we apologize that we were not able to hear you from such a long distance where you're at. So thank you for that. Thank you, Santa Claus. I apologize that we were not able to hear you from such a long distance where you're at. So thank you for that. Okay, go ahead, Miguel.
That is all the speakers that we had. Go ahead, Jessica.
Thank you. Jessica.
Yes, sir. Judge, we'd like to go ahead and move to item number 8 at this time. Item number 8 from the regular agenda. Approve and authorize the El Paso County Hospital District to purchase the Synergy Clean Cube Modular Patient Examination Unit to expand available space at the Isleta Clinic for the examination of suspected COVID-19 patients and to provide other medical care.
Jacob, welcome and thank you for everything you've been having to do and waiting for such a critical sort of a crossroads here with a vaccine, and I know it's going to be a lot of work. So we thank you and your staff, and as you're preparing for the distribution and everything that you could do to help our community as you've done. And thank you very much. But go ahead, Jacob.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Good morning. We're visiting this morning to seek a request for authorization for UMC's President and CEO, me, to purchase the Rapid Response Clean Cube from Synergy Med Global Design Units. This is a unit that is self-contained and has been modified into a clinically appropriate building. It is able to be used, it's got the proper air conditioning, and it's got the ceiling, if possible, with a built-in room for disinfection that allows us at our Isleta clinic, which is very busy, to be able to use it for drive-up COVID testing. It also has 2 exam rooms that allows us to either do COVID testing and soon COVID vaccines. So this unit was provided for us back in May, and since May, we've seen about 2,063 patients in the Clean Cube, and we're able to test our patients and employees there. And so, you know, we would like to request, now that we've tested it and we've seen it work well, to purchase the Clean Cube. Originally, it was listed at about $900,000. We're able to pick it up for about $505,000. And it meets the eligibility to be purchased with UNC funds from the CARES Act Provider Relief Fund. And so, given how long it would take to build one or to get something similar to it, and given the severity of COVID and our need to try to get that under control, we would ask the court's approval for us to use our CARES Act funding to purchase this Clean Cube system for the Isleta Clinic.
Thank you, Jacob. That Clean Cube is amazing. I know that there's a lot of joy around there with the nurses and doctors having that, you know, that resource, and so it's extremely valuable. So, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon? Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
And Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
Jacob, thank you also for you and Cindy on Saturday for weathering that cold out there for 3.5 hours, and you got there early and left late, but so thank you very much. That was very, I'm sure the community appreciated as every car passed by that you were there with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Good luck today.
Thanks.
Take care.
Okay, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the regular order of the agenda. Item number 6, public comment. We do have 2 speakers signed up to speak for public comment today. Just a reminder to the speakers, we do have a 5-minute time frame for public comment.
First person.
Thank you, and we will adhere to the 5 minutes very strictly, so please allow us not to have to cut off any of your discussions, so thank you. Go ahead, Miguel.
First person we have is Mr. Patrick Hernandez, Ligarista.
Mr. Hernandez, go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning. How are you all?
Good morning, Patrick.
My name is Patrick Hernandez, Cigarista. I'm a United States Army combat veteran. Today I come to you as a friend, a fellow El Pasoan, as a citizen. But I would like to read a few things to you that have been concerning to me lately. And I don't pretend to lecture you. I'll begin by stating a few of my qualifications, and that's not to say that I hold myself above you or that I have any other right or power over you. But again, as stated, I'm a United States Army combat veteran, medically retired about 2 years ago. Through my company, I'm currently providing about $40,000 in grants to El Paso Independent School District. I serve as a commissioner on the City Plan Commission. And I feel that some of our liberties are being threatened. And so what I'd like to do is read a little bit of the Bill of Rights of the Texas Constitution, and then as your friend, as a citizen, try to help find ways to overcome the economic impacts of this pandemic on small business owners. I'll start by reading Article 1 of the Bill of Rights, Section 2 on our form of government, just as a reminder. All political power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded on their authority, the people's authority, and instituted for their benefit, our benefit. The faith of the people of Texas stands pledged to the preservation of a republican form of government, and subject to this limitation only, they have at all times the inalienable right to alter, reform, or abolish their government in such manner as they may think expedient. Section 3, equal rights. I'm not going to read it all, but I'm focusing on specific sections that have stood out to me. All free men, when they form a social compact, have equal rights, and no man or set of men is entitled to exclusive separate public emoluments or privileges, but in consideration of public service. Section 19 of the same, deprivation of life, liberty, property. No citizen of the state shall be deprived of life, liberty, property, privilege, or immunities, or in any manner disenfranchised except by the due course of the law of the land. I'll read a few statistics by the CDC. Give me just a second. So it's revealed by the Center for Disease Control that adults aged 25 to 44 years old saw the largest increase in excess deaths from previous years, a stunning 26.5% jump, despite accounting for less than 3% of COVID deaths. So basically, people my age are killing themselves through alcoholism, drug abuse, drug addiction, and suicide because individuals who we have elected and appointed in the government have decided to arbitrarily declare their business as not essential and shut them down. What I am reading in the Constitution is that essentially politicians are depriving fellow El Pasoans and men their basic right to earn a living. I'm asking the question, how did you determine what is essential? We've seen from the statistics that the big box retailers are accounting for upwards of 36% of the infections. They remain open, yet mom and pop shops are forced to close down. I honestly think this is fair. I think that it's a threat to our life, liberty, and our property. So what I'm asking every elected official in the county, top executive down, to stand in solidarity with the citizen and business owners of El Paso and taking a pay cut. To look back at what we're spending money on and what we're asking the taxpayers to pay, you all have not missed a paycheck. And thank God, first and foremost, I should have said this, before I am a veteran, before I am a father and a husband, I am a Catholic knight. And so I believe in many of the same things that are being discussed here today. Charity and doing good. I myself, I find pride in doing those things for our community. So I'm very concerned. I'm just asking you all to take a step back. Judge Samaniego, you mentioned that you're going to institute a curfew. Many people are curious if COVID knows the difference between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. And I'm not saying that to make fun or make a joke, but it's a serious question.
Time.
And so again, as I, running on my time here, I just ask that you stand in solidarity with the people of El Paso and do one of two things. Make cuts to your own personal salaries, or two, open the economy up. Thank you so much. I stand here, beside you, ready to help with my knowledge and expertise or anything that I can do to help out in this situation. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you today and to address this commission. Thank you for serving on the commission. I know it's very difficult to always be in the public eye, and we appreciate you, and we're here to help, not to be enemies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick Hernandez. Really appreciate your thoughts and the balance of what we're going through. Really thoughtful for that. Thank you.
Next person we have is Mr. Angel Gomez.
Who is that, please? I didn't hear
Mr.
that, Miguel.
Angel Gomez.
Angel Gomez, okay.
Mr. Gomez,
go ahead, Mr. Gomez.
Hey, good morning, Judge, and good morning, Commissioners. This is Angel Gomez with Operation Hope. How are you all today?
Very good. Nice hearing from you, Angel.
Hermanos, guys, I'm so sorry to be bothering you. First and foremost, let me just say that I commend you all. I commend your staff. The people over at General Assistance have been nothing but phenomenal. Betsy, Rebecca, Rosalva, everybody has been helping Operation Hope since November, the middle of November, with these people that are passing away left and right. I just wish we could have done something earlier, like in May, June, July. But nonetheless, they came in the middle of November to help us out, and they've been nothing but phenomenal. What I'm saying, I'm going to ask the court, please, is forgive my voice right now, because you all know I have congestive heart failure, and sometimes I run out of air. But what I want to ask the court and see if it's possible, if there was any way there would be any other funds that you all can help Operation Hope with. Why? Because we do know that you all pass the general assistance is $2,500 that we help the families with. But when they go, for example, a traditional funeral, that's $3,900. The $2,500 that leaves the family with about $1,400 that they have to pay. And a lot of these people don't have those funds. And that's where we step in and help them with maybe $400 or $500 more. There's people that have been sent to other cities for their care because of the COVID, and they pass away. Border Rack stepped in also in November. I wish they would have been here in August, September, October when we were doing it on our own and the families. But I just wanted to find out and ask you all if there was any way possible, there was any funds that could be allotted to Operation Hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez, and thank you for everything that you do for our community. I appreciate all your efforts and initiatives that you get involved in, so we thank you, and we'll follow up on this closely. Thank you.
God bless you guys, all of you.
God bless you too.
Judge, that is all the public comments we have for general public comment.
Jessica?
Yes, sir. Item number 7A, presentation. Receive a presentation regarding the development of the Federal Emergency Management Agency proposed flood insurance maps for El Paso County in 2020.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Marcelo Netos with the Planning and Development Department. I'll be joined this morning by Mr. Gilbert Saldana, our Senior Civil Engineer and Floodplain Administrator of the Department, who will actually be going over some information that we'd like to share with the court. As the court is aware, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, has been working on updating the community's flood risk maps. And as was presented a few weeks ago, this is an initiative that aims to provide an update to the maps from 1991. Our community is in dire need of an update. There are, and this period that we are at right now is one for public comment for agencies and individual property owners alike to provide feedback to the federal agency on where they are in terms of concerns, ideas, maybe some disconnects that exist in the maps. And so to walk us through a little bit of the information that we have done in conjunction with the City, El Paso Water, and FEMA, I'll go ahead and turn the presentation over to Mr. Saldana.
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. Gilbert Saldana with Planning and Development. For several years, FEMA has been attempting to update the flood maps. And on July 8th of this year, they released preliminary El Paso County-wide flood insurance rate maps. Shortly after, a banner was placed on the General County of El Paso website that provides the public access to an interactive tool developed by FEMA called the Map Change Viewer for El Paso County. As part of the FEMA mapping process, FEMA will be hosting an open house this Wednesday at 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. and a third one on Thursday also at 6 p.m. Information about the open house can be found at fema.epcounty.com. This webpage provides information for the upcoming live online open houses. The link to it, also provides the link to it at any of the 3 times, and also a phone number to call in case a constituent does not have access to the internet. Towards the bottom of the page, there are 4 blue tabs that provide additional information. The Identify Your Flood Risk tab will provide you information about the Map Change Viewer, which allows the public to locate their property by simply entering their address and seeing how the flood zone designation is changing, if any. The viewer has several layers showing where current flood zones will remain unchanged and where flood zones are being deleted and added. The second tab provides information for potential impact of flood changes on flood insurance and options. A key item on this page discusses the preferred risk policy option for property owners to purchase flood insurance prior to the maps becoming effective. This option will rate, the rate for the first year will be grandfathered at the rate based on the current flood zone designation. For example, if your property is currently not in a flood zone, but will be based on the preliminary maps, you can purchase flood insurance before the maps become effective. And the first year, when your property is designated to be in a flood zone, your insurance will be based on the rate not being in a flood zone. However, please note that for this option on subsequent years, the rate will increase by no more than 18% until the rate reaches the full rate based on the effective flood maps at that time. On the third tab, information is provided on what you can do if you do not agree with the proposed changes. These open house sessions will serve as the outreach FEMA needs to initiate the 90-day comment and appeals period. The fourth tab provides detailed information about the El Paso mapping process. And the fifth blue tab provides more information, including a link and a phone number to the FEMA Mapping and Insurance Exchange Program, also known as FMIX, which is a customer care service that has technical experts that can provide help answering mapping and insurance questions. The phone number to this service is 1-877 FEMA MAP, which is 1-877-336-2627. This concludes my presentation of this county website. I believe Mr. Blanderos has additional information that he'd like to share.
Thank you, Gilbert. Yes, Judge and Commissioners, just wanted to summarize and end with this. We are coordinating very closely with the International Boundary and Water Commission on a number of initiatives that are directly related to the certification of the levee system along the Rio Grande, which indirectly affects the properties that may find themselves in the flood zone. There are a number of the properties from Canotillo all the way up to Fabens and Tornillo that are in there only because the levee system has not been certified, and that is because of the infrastructure component and then the planning component that goes into that. We've been very successful and are finalizing the details of our interior drainage analysis, which is something that we're doing in partnership with El Paso Water, and AECOM Engineering, our consultant on that project, is working on scheduling the final stakeholder outreach for that project this Friday. We hope to finalize the report in January and continue to work with IBWC on submitting final documents to FEMA to ultimately remove some of the properties that are currently in the flood zone out of the flood zone when the document is actually goes live. But as Gilbert mentioned, presentations are scheduled for this Wednesday and Thursday, and information can be found at the FEMA.epcounty.com subdomain. So if you have any questions or any constituents and you want to point them in the right direction, we have consolidated all of the information for the public at that address. And again, that is fema.epcounty.com. Available to take any questions the court may have. Wanted just to ensure that you all were aware of this and also use the venue of the Commissioners Court meeting as a way to present this information to the public for who may be watching.
Thank you, Jose, and thank you for being close to our alignment as Commissioners Court of getting community feedback and making sure that we get people involved to the largest extent that we can. And also an opportunity, Gilbert, I don't get to see you too often now, but I want to thank you. I know a lot of behind the scene things that you do, and thank you for the level of respect comments that I get from people that interact with you and in your department. So I want to thank you. And this is a very, very important topic as we go into to our new year. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any comments? If not, Jessica?
Item number 9. Receive a presentation and discuss and take appropriate action on the 2020 prevailing wage rate and definitions for building and for heavy highway.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Lorena Rodriguez, Assistant Contract Administrator with the Human Resources Department. The County of El Paso is required by Texas Government Code Chapter 2258 to determine the prevailing rate of per diem wages for each craft or type worker within the geographic limits of the county for public works projects. The County of El Paso's current wage scale used on all building, heavy, and highway projects was approved by Commissioners Court on October 17, 2016. Today, we would like to present the 2020 prevailing wage definitions and rates for building and heavy highway as being recommended by the Prevailing Wage Committee with the assistance of multiple governmental entities, general contractors, and labor unions. The Prevailing Wage Committee has worked several months on the prevailing wage classification definitions, which involved several votes by members and resulted on the final definitions presented to you today. The committee, through county staff, also distributed several prevailing wage surveys to contractors who had completed construction projects for governmental entities within El Paso County. Staff also conducted a review and analysis of the survey responses. Before asking for the Commissioners Court approval to adopt the 2020 prevailing wage rates, we have developed a presentation which will provide the court with an overview of the 2020 prevailing wage. Next slide, please. In your agenda backup information, we have provided and will address the prevailing wage background, prevailing wage survey, the survey results, and the prevailing wage committee recommendations. Next slide, please. Now, with the background in sections 2258 of the Texas Government Code, it allows the local entities the ability to develop a committee whose purpose is to redo the classifications and provide recommendations to the governing bodies, which we are doing in this case. Now, the mission of the 2020 Prevailing Wage Committee is to update the job classifications and definitions for the 2020 Prevailing Wage Survey for public construction projects that fall under building, heavy, and highway classifications. We have also included job classifications that fall under the Davis-Bacon Act, which is our federal act that requires all laborers and mechanics employed on the site of the construction project to be paid not less than the wages and fringe benefits determined by the Department of Labor. Next slide, please. Now, the prevailing wage rate voting structure is made up of 3 different voting areas. That is your laborers, your general contractors, and end users. Before the survey was released, the committee voted on how the survey rate responses would be calculated. They could choose from mean, which is the average, which is the sum of all numbers in the set divided by the amount of numbers in the set, Median, the middle point of a number set in which half of the numbers are above the median and half are below. And the mode, which is the number repeated most often. The committee voted to use mean. For the survey criteria, the qualifying factors requires the project to be conducted in El Paso County, whether it was a prevailing wage rate project, a private project, or a federal project. The project had to be completed within the time frame given, which was January 1st, 2018 through December 31st, 2019. And the survey included a certified payroll. Now, the certification for payroll is very crucial to the information we received because it certifies the amount of individuals were paid on a project. Staff did receive some survey responses that did not contain a certified payroll, and we would contact the contractor again. If the certified payroll was not provided, we did not include those surveys into the final product because we would not be able to determine whether the wages paid were legitimate. Next slide, please. Now here we have the charts that reflects the prevailing wage survey categories. Along with the number of surveys that were sent out through mail and electronically, and the number of surveys that were received back, we had a total of 156 surveys returned, which represents a 28% response rate. However, in 2016, our response rate was at 37%. We saw a 9% decrease this year, and we believe the reduction was partly due to the COVID-19 pandemic. County staff did do media blasts. Our committee members did conduct television interviews with news stations. Staff also contacted contractors directly to encourage them to complete the survey. We did find that some of the contracting companies were closed due to the pandemic. One of our goals for the next 4 years will be to increase the number of responses by conducting additional and earlier outreach programs. Next slide, please. Now, here are your survey results. We have provided a slide to show you what the prevailing wage rate results look like at the base wage, the benefits, the hourly prevailing wage per classification, and the per diem wage. These sheets were also provided to you and the public as an attachment for better viewing. Next slide, please. Now here we have our survey results. This slide shows the comparison of wage rates increases or decreases between 2016 prevailing wage rate and the 2020 prevailing wage rate. Now, looking at the information, you can see the rate increases on most of the classifications. However, there were also some classifications that did experience a decrease from last survey. In some cases, for example, if you look at the results, the classification installation workers mechanical showed a 25% decrease from the rate, which was $31.26 in 2016. And now in 2020, the rate is $23.57. This is a good example of the difference of private and public industry. Now the public industry is required to meet either Davis-Bacon rates or the 2016 prevailing wage rates or prior adopted rates. The private industry can pay any rate that is negotiated in the agreement with the customer. In regards to the installation workers mechanical, we received 51 responses for this classification. And after we reviewed the data, some were paid the 2016 prevailing wage rate. However, some workers were paid less because it was a private construction project. In the backup information, I have also provided a sheet that entails a comparison of the rates, the 2020 prevailing wage, the 2016 prevailing wage, and Davis-Bacon rates. Where you see a blank on the percentage change, this means that this is a new classification for 2020. When you see a 0% change, this means that we did not receive a survey response for the classification. The committee discussed, voted, and accepted the Davis-Bacon and 26 rates for those classifications and adopted the higher rate of the two. I would like to inform the Commissioners Court that some of the classifications where the 2016 rate was higher of the two, the rate is from the 2020 prevailing wage rate because the same process was chosen from the committee in 2016. Those classifications are, and then for building, that would be elevator installers and repairers, floor layers, carpet and resilient, and roofers. And then for heavy highway, it would be mechanic. So for those classifications, the rate has remained the same for 8 years and will continue for another 4 years if adopted by the Commissioners Court. 14 of the classifications did not have a Davis-Bacon rate, and some of the committee members did not feel comfortable adopting the 26 prevailing wage rate for the next 4 years. So the committee discussed recommending a 4% increase on the rate for the classification that did not receive a survey response, and there was not a Davis-Bacon rate, but a 2016 wage rate. That discussion ended in a deadlock. Staff did ask the county attorneys to research if Commissioners Court could vote on a 4% increase on a classification. Our county attorneys did research and they determined that the Commissioners Court may not consider a 4% on a classification because it is not allowable under the prevailing wage law. The rate that is adopted is based on an actual survey or Davis-Bacon. Next slide, please. Now here, Commissioners Court, we do have our committee's recommendations. The committee's recommendations for Commissioners Court are to approve the wage rates that only had a percentage increase and adopt the 2016 wage for building classifications that had a percentage decrease. And those are electrician, heating, air conditioning, and refrigeration, service technician, insulation workers, mechanical, sheet metal workers, and structural iron and steel workers, metal building erector. Please keep in mind, Judge and Commissioners, the court does have the option to adopt the committee's recommendations and/or vote to conduct a second survey to address the classifications that did not receive a response. However, if we do conduct a second survey, there's no guarantee that we will receive a sufficient amount of responses. The reason why I say this was back in 2016, we were in the same predicament and our team went out for a second survey and only received 13 responses, which did not cover the classifications that we were missing responses for. And I do believe, Commissioners Court, we do have members of the Prevailing Wage Committee who would like to speak.
Thank you, Lorena. Who else is available?
If you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera.
Hello, my name is Matthew Gonzalez. I'm with the Heat and Frost Insulators. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Yes, we had in this committee, which I've been a part of since 2012, back and forth, and we're excited about the new prevailing wages. I think they're the conduct and the need for a prevailing wage survey in El Paso was long overdue by the federal government, and the need to conduct these surveys continues because of the lack of a W-10 wage survey in El Paso. Knowing that prevailing wage lifts all workers out of poverty and dependence upon social programs, it's important to remember that labor partners with schools through the MC3 programs, Pathway to Trades from high school. It's important to remember that trades support helmets to hard hats, a transition from military to our apprenticeship programs, giving them first list status so we can get them to work and get them back to work. 4% increase, we really would love to see the support of essential workers, especially the time that we are increased right now, because there is no protections for these workers. They have to continue working to continue putting food on the table, yet they're subject to corona every day. We ask that they be paid correctly, and the need for compliance within the department be established to ensure that the prevailing wages are being paid correctly to the workers. It's very important to have that. From our recommendations, we ask that you approve the county prevailing wage rate as presented by the committee. Thank you very much.
you. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Miguel.
Is there any other party or entity speaking on this?
Lorena?
This
Do you
is
have anyone else?
Javier Casas.
Go ahead, Mr. Casas.
Yes, Javier Casas with the IBEW Local 583 Electricians. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. First of all, I'd just like to thank Lorena and her staff for their hard work on this survey. And I just want to say that us as labor also are in full endorsement of the 2020 wage survey that was conducted. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier.
Lorena?
Lorena?
I'm not sure there's anybody else, but at this time, Judge and Commissioners, I would like to open up the opportunity for any questions that the court may have.
Well, first of all, Lorena, thank you very much. You know, with my HR background, I'm extremely supportive that, wages, paying appropriately on time and what you should be paying is extremely important for any organization. Lagging behind is also a huge burden because if you try to catch up, then you have all these other implications. And so the surveys obviously are so important as part of the HR process. And so Lorena, thank you. A lot of good work to you and your team. And thank you, Javier and Matthew, for your comments as well. So, Commissioners, any comments?
Judge, I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
I know that in 2016 we saw a number of wage rates that were below $10 an hour, and we bumped them up to $10 an hour. And I know that we've typically tried to make sure that we're paying a living wage and things are set at a living wage with our own employees and at the hospital district and with the companies that we incentivize with economic development funds and things like that. And so, I mean, there are a couple of positions that are still at 10. And I wonder if there's a possibility to bring those up to what a living wage would be right now.
Lorena, you want to address that, please?
Oh, go ahead, Judge. I apologize.
No, I was going to say, go ahead and address that, Lorena.
Yes, Commissioner Stout, we did receive those responses. However, if we did receive rates that were, luckily we did not receive any rates lower than $10 once we got the results. However, the rates that were around $10, once we compared the 2016 rate and the Davis-Bacon rate, if there was a Davis-Bacon rate, it was still the highest for what we have currently on the list.
Okay. But is it? I mean, is it legal for us to, or I mean, would we be able to bump those up to what a living wage would be, or because, I'm still very adamant about, even if we're paying $10 an hour, it's not a living wage in El Paso.
Commissioner Stout, this is Chris Sullivan from the County Attorney's Office. The wage that is selected and voted on has to come from prevailing wage surveys or from Davis-Bacon. We did research this about whether, and we researched it in relation to the 4% as well as a potential living wage, but there is no flexibility for the court to adopt something that is not from either the survey or from Davis-Bacon, unfortunately. So that, I believe, I've talked to Lorena about this, and that was what we went back after the meeting to look at after the committee had deadlocked on a possibility of doing a percentage. But there was an Attorney General opinion on this, and it's of The code are just those two things. It's just, it has to come from a survey or from the Davis-Bacon rate.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. Good insight. Thank you. Okay, Lorena. Commissioners, any further comments?
Judge, I also just wanted
to adopt.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
I just saying. Last time we talked about this, I brought up the issue of the apprenticeships, and we had a couple of meetings regarding kind of revamping and redoing what we have on the books right now when it comes to apprenticeships. And I mean, it's not something that we're going to do today, but I just want I just wanted to bring that back up and let folks know that we're continuing to work on that, and hopefully, I mean, it may be a tedious process, but I think there's something benefits to be gained from doing that as well. So anyway, I think I heard Commissioner Leon make a motion. I'll second it.
Go ahead, Caesar.
I'm sorry, Judge. This is Chris Sullivan from the County Attorney's Office. Can I just jump in to make sure that everyone's clear on what it is that we are voting on? So the recommendations of the committee that came through 3-0, or Lorena, if you want to address this, but it's my understanding we're voting on anything where the 2020 rate came back higher than the 2016 rate. The 2020 rate is being adopted. It is my understanding that if a 2020 rate came back lower than 2016, that we are sticking with the 2016 rate, which is the higher rate. And then it is my understanding that if a 2020 rate was not returned and there is a 2016 rate and a Davis-Bacon rate, that the committee voted 3-0 to adopt the higher of the two. The only category for which there is no recommended action from the committee at this point is on rates that we did not receive survey results back on this time around, and there is no Davis-Bacon rate. So our only options at this point for the court are to vote to adopt the 2016 rate that's already in place, or to go back out for more surveys on those 14 positions. I just want to make sure the court has a full understanding of what it is. And so I believe the motion, if I understand it from Commissioner Leon, was to do those 3 points that Lorena had put up on the slide, as far as adopting the 2020 rate when higher, sticking with the 2016 rate if the 2020 rate came back lower, and then if there's just a 2016 and Davis-Bacon, to select the higher of the two. Is that correct, Lorena?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. And is that the way you voted, or you made a motion, Commissioner Leon?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and then there was a second by Commissioner Stout.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson? Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
A motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Lorena, please pass on to your team. Great work, and the rest of the guests. And Chris, thank you for your support on this as well. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Judge. And I just wanted to clarify with Lorena if she was going to seek the court's guidance in relation to those 14 positions where the only options at this point are to adopt the 2016 rate already in place or go back out and resurvey. There was no guidance from the committee on this, but it was something that, because unfortunately we were unable to do an adjustment that had been suggested and then kind of deadlocked on, those were the two options. And so I believe, or Betsy or Lorena, if y'all are seeking guidance.
I do believe, Judge, I do believe what we're requesting is that we adopt the 2016 rates. During the pandemic, the difficulty of they already did not reply on these particular jobs, and we don't know that we would have any different results if we resurveyed. So at this time, we would recommend, correct me if I'm wrong, Lorena, but we would recommend that we adopt the 2016 rates for those 14 positions.
That is correct, Betsy.
And do we need you need guidance on that, or we need to vote on that, Chris?
Vote.
Well, so if you are if you are adopting rates today, that would have to be done by vote, Judge.
Okay. So I move to approve as stated by Lorena, or Betsy, I'm sorry.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Item number 10, Commissioners Court. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the potential relocation of private foreclosure sales under Texas Property Code Section 51.002 in accordance with the County Judge's Stay Home Work Safe Order number 15.
Thank you, Jessica. And I've got Nicole, are you on the line?
I am, Judge.
Okay, Nicole, you want to go ahead and present this item?
I believe we said that we'd postpone for Thursday's meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. Yeah, we it's something very, very important that we're trying to, accommodate. We've got some issues on the gatherings and so forth related to COVID, but we still need some research. I know Chris is going to help us do a little bit more research, and we'll be a lot more prepared for this item. So I'm trying to see if we could postpone this item to Thursday, to our Thursday session.
Yes. Hi, Judge. This is Chris. Yeah. Hi, Judge. This is Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. It'll need to be posted, right? And so we can't hear this particular item until after 11:45, or as long as it gets posted, or as soon as it gets posted after this time. So just letting you know, but clerk staff can certainly post that on. Just wanted to let you know of the time issuing there to make the Open Meetings Act requirements.
So it won't be a postponement, it'll be a new item, Christina?
Yeah, there's nothing, no, right, that's exactly right. Because it hasn't even been posted on. It has to be a new item for Thursday. That is correct.
And we posted it already.
Awesome, thank you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Caesar?
Okay, so no action for item number 10. Item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action to acknowledge and recognize the El Paso County elected officials whose terms end on December 31st, 2020.
Thank you. Betsy, you want to introduce? And also we've got, I'm hoping that we did get Judge Chu to participate in this item.
Yes, sir. So, Judge, Commissioners, today is it is the last regular meeting of Commissioners Court, as was mentioned earlier. We do have one special session planned for Thursday, but we wanted to take this opportunity today to recognize some of our outgoing elected officials for their many years of public community service. Those elected officials who are leaving the county include Commissioner Vince Perez, District Attorney Jaime Esparza, Judge Laura Strathman, Judge Mike Herrera, Judge Jesus Herrera, Judge Angie Baril, and Constable Jeremiah Haggerty. So we wanted to place this item to give the court an opportunity to recognize their service.
Well, Betsy, I'd like to start off on general terms, and then we'll be a little bit more specific on our relationships. But on the general terms, obviously, that we thank I guess unless you, like in my case, that I had not been in office, and then I started realizing and respecting tremendously what it takes to go through this process. So all of you, I hope that you are here and hearing that. Very much appreciate tremendously your service to the community. I also know that you become great ambassadors for government and for our community as you move on to other opportunities and careers in your life. So we thank you for maintaining that perspective of servicing our community, because now, after going through your terms, you get a full understanding of the commitments and complications and challenges that we all go through. But at the end of the day, we're really trying to do something for this amazing community we have here in El Paso. So like I said, from a general terms, and then we'll go more specifically, is we want to thank you on behalf of Commissioners Court. Thank you for your service, and I know for your ongoing efforts to help our community, especially during these difficult times. So thank you, each and every one of you. Thank you for your service, and I know for your ongoing efforts. Judge Chu, if you would like to start off by acknowledging the judges in your respective courts.
You're muted right now, Judge Chu.
Judge Chu, go ahead. Judge Chu, can you hear us?
Might not be on her computer, Judge.
Yeah, well, I see her on the screen.
Yeah, she's probably logged into Teams, but might not be standing by the computer.
Oh, I see. Okay, Betsy, we'll continue then?
Sure. I do believe if the court would like, you could go to just specific recognition of Commissioner Vince Pettis. And the court has a couple items that they're presenting. Sure. I'm sorry?
Sure, well, I'd like to start. No, I said I would like to just thank Commissioner Pettis for his incredible passion to do the right things. I know that whenever it came to spending on or overspending and burning our taxpayers, he was there in protection and making sure we made the right decisions. I think a lot of where we're at as a commissioner's court with respect to our financial situation and the way we've handled a lot of what we do here at this point in time, I do think it's an attribute, a direct attribute from Commissioner Pettis. I know that he is, always waited to see his insight and waited for his research so that I could make sure that I was on the right track and well aligned. So Commissioner Pettis, we really thank you. I know you brought something to the court that was extremely important, very prudent, very thoughtful. And so, I want to thank you personally for the 2 years that I had the opportunity and the privilege to have you in this court. So thank you very much. And I know you're going to do some amazing things going forward. Thank you, Commissioner Pettis.
Thanks, Judge. If the court will indulge me, I jotted down a few comments. I just want to thank a few folks. This being the last meeting, if I may.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to say it's been such a privilege to represent the people of Precinct 3 as county commissioner. I was a 29-year-old kid when I announced and campaigned in the community, and the people took a chance on me to chart a new course in our precinct. I remain forever grateful. They entrusted me to serve them. As commissioner, I always tried my best to give them a voice, and this court made unprecedented investments in the expansion of healthcare clinics to serve underrepresented communities, with the renovation and construction of county parks in underserved areas, new roadway infrastructure, and internally within the county organization, I know everyone would agree that as a county, it's really in the strongest position that it ever has been. We have new departments to better serve the needs of the people, budget and fiscal policy, criminal justice coordination, animal welfare are just a few examples of the county evolving to better meet the needs of the community. We are facing a very difficult time, but our organization is strong and well positioned to continue responding to the current crisis. I wouldn't be able to serve without great staff. George Reyes in my office has been such a dedicated public servant for the county. Unfortunately, we're losing George to the city, but I want to say thank you to George for his phenomenal service. He did a tremendous job. Joaquin Rodriguez has also been a tremendous asset for our organization. If it weren't for Joaquin's help, we would have a medical waste company bringing 100,000 pounds of biohazardous waste into our community from Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas into our community. I thank Joaquin for his service to the people. I also want to take this opportunity to thank my mom and dad. They were always my biggest supporters throughout my tenure. My dad just retired a couple of weeks ago from the district office. He served for over 15 years there in the district attorney's office. Previously, he served with Chief Leon in the El Paso Police Department. And of course, I wouldn't be able to serve in this capacity without the love and support of my wife, Claudia. Through all the highs and lows over the past 8 years, she's been my best friend, my therapist, my campaign partner, my city council representative, and now my state representative. I feel so lucky and blessed to just have a wonderful partner in my life. There's so many people who helped make the past 8 years successful. I'm grateful to our campaign supporters and donors who believed in us. To the staff and elected officials of El Paso County, it's been an honor to serve alongside you. I especially want to thank Betsy, Wally, Joel, Melissa, all the phenomenal department heads and employees. I'd also like to thank the members of the judiciary in particular for their work to make El Paso County a model for criminal justice in Texas. And finally, to my colleagues on the court, it really has been a tremendous honor to serve alongside you in service to the people of El Paso County. While we had some disagreements, what distinguishes this elected body is that we maintain respect for one another when we disagree, something that I fear is becoming increasingly rare in government and politics. I've been in public service for 14 years, and I'm looking forward to a more private life for a while. But again, I'm going to miss working with everybody. You all do such phenomenal work for our community, and it really has been the honor of a lifetime to serve alongside you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Perez.
Betsy wanted me to show, I guess us departing commissioners, we get, I don't know, maybe the glare is a little much, but this is the nacho tune that Betsy delivered to me yesterday. It's me delivering sandbags, I guess, from when the flooding occurred there in the valley. Funny is that Claudia is pictured there on the corner right in front of the San Lazario mission. So,
oh my goodness.
If that's something that you all can see, but
yeah, that's
very kind. And she also there's also this commemorative frame with you all. Okay, and it has a picture of the commissioner's court and a very nice plaque in the middle, and it's a very nice memento that I'll certainly take with me. And but again, I'm going to miss working with you all, and I know the county's in good hands. And so thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Perez, and likewise. Commissioner Leon, you want to go ahead?
Sure. Commissioner Perez and I were first elected in 2012 to start serving in 2013. And I remember that we both went to a community meeting well before we were sworn in, and the people there were very angry and at us. And I remember that I talked to him. I said, we haven't even been sworn in. And the people were angry, but I assured the people, hey, at least we're here. We're listening. But I've got to say that I've had several conversations with Commissioner Perez over the years. And whichever endeavor he takes, whatever direction he takes, I know he's going to be a success. Whatever business or entity hires him, what a tremendous asset he will be to that company. And I wrote down some notes that I wanted to say about him, but I'm very proud to have served alongside of him for the last 8 years. As he said, we may have had some disagreements, but the thing that distinguishes this court from others and other municipalities is the respect that we have for each other, and that we don't argue our case through the media. We vote, we agree, we disagree, but we get it done. And I will really miss Commissioner Perez. He would take a stance and would not be afraid to defend it. And I got to tell you, when he was working with the judiciary and other entities, he took a lot of heat, but he didn't waver. He was there, he took care of it, and this community, this court is so much more ahead. He was part of the Central Appraisal District. Matter of fact, he was the chair, board member of the MPO, and ultimately the chair also. And I've got to say that all the new construction that you see around our county, and you look at those fabulous streets, he had a lot to do with this, and positioned our county in a financial situation where we are now, which is strong. I know that he also brought up the idea of the impact fund that entices businesses to come to El Paso. So I could stay here all day and talk about his accomplishments. And he said that he was elected at the age of 29. Now I guess he's an old man in his mid-30s. And so whatever direction he takes, I am extremely proud of him. And this county will miss him. I will miss him personally. And I know that Ileana will do a good job, but she's got some big shoes to fill. And I say to you, Commissioner Perez, the best of luck to you, and you know that you've got a friend here as you move forward. I should say many friends. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Leon. Great, very well stated. Thank you. Commissioner Stout.
Thanks, Judge. Just want to share a couple of words and well wishes for Commissioner Perez. We've known each other for a very, very long time. You know, when I first moved here and started working for Channel 26, he was a communications guru for Congressman Reyes, and that you know, those are the first encounters that we had. You know, trying to get Congressman Reyes on the record and such. But you know, I've looked up to Commissioner Perez over the years. You know, as I saw him run his race the first time, you know, it was a really well run race. And I remember when he won, I asked him, you know, how'd you do it? You know, how'd you do it? Because you know, it wasn't easy to take out or actually to run against somebody who had such you know, had a long tenure as an elected official in the area that Commissioner Perez lives, and you know, I thought, wow, this is you know, a great effort on his behalf. And then, you know, as he got into office and really started, you know, doing the work, you know, I also was, you know, was very, you know, just I looked up to you a lot, and I still do. You know, I feel like Commissioner Perez is probably one of the most cerebral people I've ever met in my life. You know, I mean, he just is a thinker and deliberator, and is one of the smartest elected officials that I've ever come across. And you know, he's not afraid to do what he feels needs to be done, no matter who may be opposed to him or what the challenge may be. And I think that's very admirable. You know, we've had a lot of good times. You know, I mean, we've done road trips to Austin in the middle of the night. done somersaults down the grassy hills at the Capitol. At points in time, we've gone on camping trips and camping and fishing trips together. It's been a it's been a fun ride, and we've worked on a lot of important policy, and I thank you for your leadership when it comes to public health, and your leadership when it comes to the criminal justice system. I think everybody knows that what we're doing now when it comes to criminal justice has your fingerprints all over it, and that's a great accomplishment, and you should be always proud for the work that you did in that area. I wish you the best. We're gonna miss you. I know that you'll be up to something good here in the future. You say you're gonna enjoy private life, but I'm sure you'll get the itch quick to make sure that you're keeping us accountable and making sure that everybody's doing what we should be. So I appreciate your friendship over the year. I appreciate your collegiality. I appreciate your help as well. Not only have I looked up to you, but you helped me get elected, and that will not be lost upon me as I continue, and it has not been lost upon me as I've continued. Running for office is not easy, and being in an elected position is not always easy. With great respect and audacity, and I feel like you're still young, man. I mean, you're a year or two younger than I am. I don't consider myself an old fogey yet, so come on. We're not that old yet, but there's lots of things ahead for you, and I'm looking forward to seeing what else you do for this community. So thank you again for all that you've done, and good luck in your future endeavors.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Appreciate those words for Commissioner. Commissioner Robinson?
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Go ahead.
Yeah. Commissioner Pettis, I just want to say good luck to you. God bless you. And I know that you'll be involved in the community in one aspect or another. So you have a safe and happy New Year, and God bless you.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
The best to you, Commissioner Pettis.
Thank you, Judge.
MPO is not going to be the same. we now, both Commissioner Leon and I realize that drinking out of the fire hose is about as close as I can think about that particular participation. So thank you for that, and everything else that you've done. Appreciate it. Betsy?
Yes, sir. And Judge, if I just may say, Commissioner Pettis, thank you so much for the opportunity for me to be in this role. You were part of the court that selected the administrator, and they selected me, and I appreciate that. I do know, I think at the beginning you may have been one of my biggest critics, but it caused me to, like, you were my litmus test. I'd want to see if I could get your approval. If I could get your approval, I knew you would have probably researched it more than I would have by the time I was seeking approval. And so it really meant a lot to have your support to myself and the departments. We really appreciate all you have done for us, and the ideas and the policies that you've brought to the table, and all of the support for our efforts. And we really appreciate it. We know we're better for it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Betsy. Very kind of you. Thank you.
I will say, Betsy, if there is one vote that I do wish I could go back and change, it would be that vote. And you have just done a phenomenal job. I truly believe you're the best county manager in the state of Texas. we're very fortunate to have you, and this organization is so much stronger for it, and it gets stronger every day. You have a phenomenal team. All the department heads are just amazing. We really just have phenomenal employees here in the organization, and a lot of that is a testament to your leadership. But the fact that they're so committed to you, they believe in your leadership, says a lot about you and your capabilities. And you've always treated all of us very fairly. And I'm sure every one of us here would agree. You've always shared information equally. Don't play favorites. It's a stark contrast to, I think, a lot of other organizations that often have these problems. But the professionalized level of sort of the civil service that you have established here is a tremendous service to this community.
Thank you for that. Well,
Judge, if I can just say one more.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
Commissioner Perez, when you come and you speak in public comment, the last thing I want to hear when you start your comments is, what were you all thinking? So good luck to you, and like Commissioner Brothers says, God bless you.
Thank you. And in the future, if I ever see you at a store, please call me Vince. Otherwise, I'm just gonna, do my best to avoid you all, to avoid the awkwardness. So please, just very collegial. Vince is fine moving forward. Okay.
Well,
Same Betsy, please. Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Good job, everyone. I think it was very appropriate and very heartfelt from each one of you, and I think we're all very well aligned in our comments. So thank you.
Thank you.
Betsy, can we continue?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I don't know if, I believe Judge Linda Chu is not available at the moment, but again, just recognizing the other outgoing elected officials, the district attorney, Jaime Esparza, after a lifetime of service to the county, to Judge Mike Herrera, Jesus Herrera, Angie Baril, Judge Laura Strathman, as well as Constable Jeremiah Haggerty. And I do believe Jaime Esparza is on the line. Jaime, did you want to say something as well?
Let's see. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Well, I appreciate just the acknowledgement of my service. It has been, I was elected in '92 and took office in '93. So I've seen the county grow and change so much for the better. Every year we get better. I can't even imagine. You would just pull your hair out if you knew how we did budgets back in '93 versus how we do them now. So I wish you all the best. I have had a great career here with the county. It has been my dream job to be your district attorney and to work in such a good system that has, as I agree with Commissioner Perez, it improves all the time. And I was very glad to be part of the team here at the county. And I was honored, beyond words, honored to have the privilege of serving this district as the district attorney. It's my, as I tell you, my dream job. It was what I was, I think, in many ways born to do. I love the courtroom, and I loved representing El Pasoans and the other two counties. And so just thank you very much. It's as good as it gets. So on December 31st, it's a holiday, but you'll see me here just because it's hard to go. But I promise you that I won't be here January 1, but it's really hard. It's hard to leave. I've had such good lawyers and staff and investigators that have made my job so much easier. I'll leave you with this note. I'm always given credit for what we do here in the office and for my leadership. And my big secret is I've really been blessed to hire great personnel, great people. I started with Judge Lizarraga. I have Karen LaRose now as first assistant, and both have done great work and served this community super well, plus all the other lawyers and staff. So it's really hard to say goodbye, but my time is up and I'll move on to something else. But I will never forget the opportunities I was given here at the county. So thank you very much. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners Court.
Well, I'd like to say a few words on behalf of our district attorney, Jaime. Really, just the solidarity of your team and of the things that you've done, especially for victims. Not only were you worried about defending them, but after the fact, the families and what you did with August 3rd was just amazing. That connectivity with such a beautiful family, and just a very difficult time. But I could say a lot, but because of me on a personal level, your mentorship, the way you've the discussions that we've had, your direction and so forth. But when I participated in your farewell from your department, I can tell you I've been around HR for a lot of years, and that was one of the most heartwarming, discussions. The people that spoke about your leadership, about how you treated them, and the kinds of things that you did for each one of them was just very outstanding. And I've always had a tremendous amount of respect, but that day it just took it catapulted me to the next level of just the words that they said about your leadership and how you care, and you try to not to get credit. It always sort of passes on to you. If we give it to you, you'll somehow pass it on to the right individual. So I do thank you. I look forward to a great friendship going forward, and I know you'll be one of our biggest advocates for our success here at the county. So the best of luck. God bless you. But thank you for all those years. You went through a lot of different individuals, from sheriffs to every elected official during this time, and we thank you for that, and we thank you for everything you've done and the sacrifice that your family had to go through in allowing you to spend so much time for the county. Thank you, Jaime.
Thank you, Judge.
Go ahead,
Judge?
Betsy.
Yes, sir. I believe that concludes this item, unless there's any other members of the court who want to comment.
Just one, because all of them, obviously, I have good relationships with all of them. They've all done a tremendous job, but I was just a little bit more fortunate to spend time with Judge Burrill on the veterans treatment, and just saw what everything that they accomplished. It's really set up for great steps that we're going to take. There's some great initiatives that are going to be coming in that direction, and I know we've been reaching national status, and we will going forward. But I want to thank her, because when you go to those graduations, you realize that our veterans start off, wanting to do the best that they can. Sometimes they come out of war situations, and they come out with some mental health challenges, and so we just cannot turn our face and our head and decide that they're just like everybody else, because they're not. They're very special. They put in a lot of energies, and because of that, they've had some collateral challenges. And so being at that court during those graduations is extremely a great situation. If you want to see people getting inspired and go from a bad situation to being a part again for a community. So Judge Burrill, I want to thank you for your hard work, and your team, and Sylvia and everybody else that works on these challenges that our veterans go through. So Judge Burrill, thank you. And like I said, every other judge, the same thing, that just some great things that you've accomplished, and we wish you all, on behalf of Commissioners Court, we wish all of you the best. And as I always say, be our advocates, because you know what our challenges are better than anyone else. And I know you'll be helping the county, not only when you serve, but after your service here with our county family. So thank you. Okay, Jessica?
Judge, at this time, would you like to recess for lunch or continue with the agenda?
No, please. We'll have a break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:15.
Okay, Commissioners Court will recess until 1:15 p.m.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 12, County Administration. Receive a report on the CARES Act grant funding and discuss and take appropriate action.
Wally?
We have Wally.
Judge, Commissioners, as you can see on the attached spreadsheet, they have updated it with our current expenses and commitments to date. Right now, we have committed or spent approximately 63%. The remaining budget is 37%. Again, we continue to wait for expenses to come in, and then we will reconcile at the end of the year. Several of these expenses and commitments will come in under what were expected, and then the remaining funds we will use to offset the public safety salaries as the court approved last week. And then in the first meeting in January, we will be presenting a proposed budget for the ongoing expenses that we will have. Are there any questions on the spreadsheet?
Commissioners? No, Betsy?
Aye.
Okay.
Hi, Betsy. I apologize. I was offline for a moment. Did you cover that, or am I ready to go?
Yes, sir. I covered it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we asked if there was any questions. There were none, so we could proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And-
Thank you, Ms. Keller.
Thank you, Wally. Judge, before we go to
Yes,
item
ma'am.
number 13, I'd ask if we could go ahead and move forward and come back to item number 13. Angela Mora is going to join us this afternoon for that item.
Absolutely. Yeah, I need her because she probably has more information on the vaccine than anyone else. So it would be great to have her on board. So yeah, we'll go ahead and take the next whatever item you feel should be next, Betsy.
If we could do item 14 and then come back to 13, I think by the time the rest of us go through item 13, she'll be available.
Perfect. Okay. Go ahead, Erica or Caesar.
Yes,
I don't
sir.
know who's on board.
Okay. Yes, sir. So there will be no action for item number 12. Item number 14. Receive a presentation regarding the sale, use, and possession of fireworks for December 2020 fireworks season and the county's drought conditions and take appropriate action. Opinion number 20-1535.
Thank you. Daniel, are you on board?
I am.
Oh, thank you. Well, just a quick introduction, Daniel. We've obviously, every year we come to this at this juncture of making a determination. Daniel's been extremely, very detailed and meticulous about how we move forward on this. So he'll be presenting, and then we'll have comments. Anyone else with the objective at this time is to get Commissioners Court to see where the direction that you would favor as what we're going to be presenting today, and see if we get your support on that direction or any other comments or observations that might help us going forward. So thank you. Daniel, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Judge, for that introduction. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Again, Daniel Collins with County Administration. These slides are going to walk you through El Paso County's options regarding banning fireworks and illustrate the current drought conditions the county is facing. Next slide, please. So here are your three options. Option one is that the county could take no action to ban fireworks, in which case sales can begin for this December season on Sunday, December 20th, and they'll be able to sell through midnight on January 1st, 2021. Option two is the Commissioners Court could ban just skyrockets with sticks and missiles with fins, also referred to as sticks and fins, if it does so before tomorrow, Tuesday, December 15th, and only if the county's so-called Keach-Byram Drought Index, or KBDI, has reached at least 575 average. Finally, option three is available only to the county KBDI. Under this option, the Texas A&M Forest Service could run an assessment and provide feedback to the governor. Such declaration would last for only 7 days unless extended by the Commissioner's Court. Under such declaration, the judge could ban the sale, use, or possession of all fireworks. Bans on anything more than sticks and fins is only effective for 60 hours unless the county judge requests and the governor authorizes an extension. Next slide, please. This slide shows the KBDI as of today. You'll see that El Paso has exceeded 575 KBDI average. We are now at 685. This is unchanged as of about a week ago, even after the recent rain that the region experienced late last week. Next slide, please. This next slide is another map kept by Texas A&M showing El Paso is at moderate risk of fire today. Next slide, please. And this final slide is from the U.S. Drought Monitor, which shows that El Paso County is in what they call extreme drought. Mind you, neither this metric nor the previous metric from Texas A&M regarding the county's fire risk are legally significant. That is to say, only the KBDI triggers the county commissioner's court or the judge's authority to restrict fireworks. Nevertheless, these metrics do provide further context for the region's relative fire danger. Next slide, please. And included in your backup is a draft order that, if it's the court's direction, would prohibit the sale or use of just sticks and fins. I want to stress that if adopted today, this would not be a total ban on fireworks sales, which again would fall under the judge's limited disaster declaration authority. Consistent with the Commissioner's Court authority under the local government code, this draft order banning sticks and fins is drafted to go into effect immediately and to expire on the date the Texas Forest Service determines that drought conditions no longer exist, or January 2nd, 2021, whichever is sooner. I'll finally note that county staff has been in contact with the emergency service districts numbers 1 and 2. ESD number 1, Fire Marshal Frank Yen, couldn't be present today, but I'll report that he did express a view that the county should take some action to prohibit fireworks to limit brush fire risk. I'll stop here for any questions. I understand that Assistant County Attorney Ryan Kerr is available to go into more detail on the court or the judge's powers to restrict fireworks if the court has any questions on that matter. And I believe other representatives from the ESDs are also available for questions if there are any.
Just would like to, Chief Esparza, are you on the line?
Yes, good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Oh, thank you. It's always glad to hear from you. I mean, you've been very close to this topic throughout. Do you want to comment on our direction at this time, or what you would recommend?
I think right now you're headed in the right direction, Commissioners, and I've been in contact with a couple of the vendors. Actually, they just called my office right now, and I told them you were all going to take action sometime today. So they're just waiting to see what the final outcome will be.
Mm-hmm. Miguel, who else is on the line so they could give us their comments before we get discussing here at Commissioners?
If you're here for this item, if you can unmute yourself and state your name. I believe that is all, Judge.
That's it. Commissioners, any recommendations? What do you feel about the way we're proceeding this year? Any comments? Okay, and what do you suggest at this time? What do we need, Dan, to be able to continue going in this direction?
Well, again, I did outline the options. So right now, the Commissioner's Court is authorized to adopt the order that's in your backup, which again would just be for sticks and fins. And then you judge separately, and that has a deadline. That they would have to take action on that today if they're going to take any action on it at all. Separately, Judge, we have reached the relevant KBDI threshold that if you wanted to additionally take action to, under a disaster declaration, ban the sale of all fireworks, you could separately do so. Again, I'll remind you that is limited. We would only be able to limit sales for 60 hours. and you did take a similar action during the 4th of July fireworks season. So I believe that our county attorneys could, assist you with the drafting of that order if that is your separate decision. But for the moment, just for the Commissioners Court, it's just the orders on sticks and fins that you could take action on.
And I would like on this one in particular, I think we've researched it enough, and I think we're on the right track when we just focus on those two items. So I would like to recommend that we do agree on this direction. So I'd like to make a move that we do accept the order as is.
Hi, Judge, Commissioners.
Second.
Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. And if that's the direction, Judge, the appropriate motion would be a motion to approve an order prohibiting the certain fireworks in an unincorporated areas of El Paso County, Texas. And that would be the motion.
Thank you. So moved.
And again, just for sticks and fins.
That's correct. So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Sorry, aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Christina, I know you could articulate this a little bit better as to how my curfew order will sort of interact with this particular decision, because there is some interaction in when it comes to 10 o'clock. So if you could comment on that, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. Judge, you had indicated publicly that you are interested and will be moving forward with an order that would apply to El Paso County. And when I say order, I'm talking and specifically referring to a curfew order. Per your directions, that curfew order would be in place within a 2-frame period. So the curfew wouldn't be in place from 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the morning. The first set of dates would be from December 23rd through December the 26th. And then the second time frame for that curfew order would be from December the 30th through January the 4th at 5 a.m. And again, it would be through that period of 10 p.m. through 5 a.m. And so with the order, this particular order that the court has just adopted only pertains to the sticks and fins, the use of those sticks and fins during that time frame. What the curfew order would do, and it would add another tool, if you will, in order to ensure that there are no group gatherings. As you know, and as the public should know, there is no allowance for group gatherings more than 10 outside any area. Again, that pertains to any outdoor activities. And so the idea here is that if folks are planning to go out to pop fireworks, there is that curfew that they will have to be mindful and in place. But again, that coincides with the fact that group gatherings are not permissible anyway over 10 people. So that's how it would complement, if you will, the curfew order that you are intending to move forward with, Judge.
Thank you. And, as I've said before, this is a partial, it's not like the first one. This one is, on essential or non-essential. If you're doing essential or non-essential business, you can continue to do that. It's mostly directed at recreational gatherings and social gatherings. Like Christina was saying, if there was 10 people out there, then 10 more get together and they claim they're not together, there's very little we could do to enforce. But with this particular curfew, there shouldn't be people out there at 10 o'clock if they're not dealing with an essential or non-essential business. And that was the reason. Also helps us with this individuals, young adults crossing into Juarez and back after 10 or during that time frame. And so that was very well received by a lot of individuals of eliminating that situation. So that's how it's going to be directed, and we'll be bringing that order out later this week. So thank you, commissioners. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Dan, thank you for your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica?
Okay, item number 13. Are we ready for that item?
You're
Okay,
ready?
item number 13. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Thank you.
Judge, we have Dr. Ocaranza on the line, and then Chief
Absolutely. Thank
Rodriguez.
you. Okay, Dr. Ocaranza, please.
Good morning,
You're up
Judge,
first.
Commissioners.
Good morning.
Thank you for having us and this opportunity to provide an update on the COVID-19 situation in our community. Our positive cases continue to decrease and have seen a significant decrease probably for the last 6 weeks. Our new cases per capita, meaning per 100,000, peaked on the first week of November and peaked at about almost 220 cases per 100,000, and now we're seeing a significant change of about 80% on the new cases, and we're at 42 per 100,000 cases as of the end of last week. The new cases also every day has continued to decrease, even though we saw a slight increase in the number of cases over the weekend, which it was about 600 cases, but continue to see a positive trend in the downward. Our positivity rate continued to decrease from 25.12% that we saw on the peak to right now about 8.53% on December 10th. And our demand for testing continued to decrease, and Chief Rodriguez will give a more detailed explanation as far as the testing, but we continue to encourage everybody to come and get tested. Our holiday guidelines continue to be in effect, in which we recommend people not to be gathering, and if they're going to be traveling, it is recommended that they go get tested before they travel and when they come back. It is the testing part of the critical piece of public health that we need to find everybody that is positive so they can remain in isolation and quarantine. And even though we're going to be starting to administer the vaccine pretty soon in our city, people still are recommended to continue wearing their face masks, continue observing the social distancing, and continue in the realm not to be gathering, and continue their hygiene prevention measures such as washing their hands often, not touching their face, etc., etc. Chief Rodriguez will talk a little bit more about those logistics, and hopefully Ms. Mora also will tell you more about the vaccine. I'm very excited about the vaccine, and with all the positive information that has been put out in regards to the effectiveness, in regards to the low rate of side effects, and it is important that we continue educating our community about the positive and benefits that we're going to be having receiving the vaccine. And once it's going to become readily available to the community at large, we will continue recommending the vaccine, and our community has been very responsive to vaccines. And even though we have some vaccine hesitancy, that can be fought with a lot of education, and the Health Department Education Task Force is going to be doing a lot of that work, along with all the communication team from the task force that has been working tirelessly in promoting those educational messages. And it's been working really well, along with the Paso del Norte Health Foundation and everybody that participates in the task force. Our asymptomatic rate continues to increase, and now we're going into 14.5%. And the 7-day rolling average on the hospitalizations continuing a very positive trend, and it's in a downward trend. Our peak for the hospitalization was between the 2nd and the 3rd week of November, and now we continue to see a decrease, even though hospitals are still using some of the surge expansion that they use, but we're seeing a lesser percentage of COVID-related hospitalizations. Unfortunately, all the hospitals are seeing patients that are coming sicker from other conditions that get decompensated. And we'll continue to promote that education in regards to controlling the chronic conditions having somebody within their household to take responsibility and take them to get checked, making sure that they have enough of the medication to control the chronic conditions such as diabetes and high blood pressure. And during this holiday season, it is of particular importance that they don't let the guard down. They continue following the recommendations from their primary care providers, because the holiday season is one of the many people indulge and celebrate, and they don't control their diabetes very well. They do other activities that are not beneficial to control their high blood pressure. So we still, even if we're in the holidays, we still need to find ways that we can not do what we're not supposed to, if we want to put it that way. So our current hospitalization by the trauma service area is about 23%, which is great. And I expect that probably in the middle of January, if the hospitalization trend continues in the way that we're seeing it, in a downward trend, then by the time that the winter break is over, their schools are going to be bringing a little more children for in-person instruction. They're doing great in their safety plans, and they're polishing those plans. So whenever they have more children, they're assuring that those children, teachers, and staff are going to be coming into a safe place. They're still using their rapid testing that was provided by the state, and that was another layer of protection that they have. And it is an intervention in something that, along with their safety plans, it promotes even a healthier environment, because they're going to be able to rapidly identify whoever is positive so they can do the isolation and quarantine along with the contact tracing there in school. They've been learning how to use the machines. They've been doing this process, and they're perfecting the process of how to do the screening in the school system with this rapid testing that they receive from the state. The deaths are going to continue to be confirmed, and we have some deaths under review, which are due to the large number of hospitalizations that we had. And unfortunately, we will continue to confirm those deaths. So in a summary, we're cautiously optimistic about the trend that we're having, but we need to continue not letting the guard down. We need to do everything possible, and a big thank you to all the community, because it's the majority of the community that are following all those recommendations. And because of that, we haven't seen the surge in positive cases that we were expecting for the Thanksgiving. But the holidays are not over, and we still need to continue observing that. Even though the holidays are meant to be shared with our loved ones, we want everybody to continue celebrating many years to come. But this year is going to be particularly special and different. And for those families that were affected by somebody hospitalized by COVID-19 or somebody passed away by COVID-19, our hearts and our prayers go out to them, because it is going to be extremely difficult for them. And we are with them, and we want all the families to celebrate and do it in a safer and healthier way, as we have already published in our guidelines. And with that, one thing that is important to mention is that behavior change is going to be extremely important. Along with the vaccine is going to be great, but we need to continue promoting behavior change. And that is the most difficult thing that we need to do. But our messages and that communication that has been out by all the cross-sector collaborative that we have from the task force is doing a wonderful job. But again, I want to mention that prevention is going to be the best thing, more than having the right treatment, more than anything else. But everybody go get their vaccine when it becomes available for their group. And please enjoy the holidays in a safe and healthier way. And with that, I thank you very much, and I hand it over to Chief Rodriguez.
Doctor, Just
sir.
wanted to obviously support and this idea that our science has worked pretty hard on this, and the sort of the politics somehow left, and we want to make sure people understand that this is we need to trust the science. With all the other noise around it, we have to take that noise away from that. And they've been working on this for a long time before that. It's not like it's that type of virus, but they combined a lot of the previous research, and so it's not like magically within a 2-month period they were able to come up with such an important vaccine. But I think it's very important that you do take advantage at the moment, if it's your window of opportunity, that you do take advantage of it. Because I just was looking at the logistics, and if you miss your window of opportunity and it goes to the next phase, it's hard to come back, and we don't want anyone that misses that opportunity to be in a vulnerable situation. So we really would love that confidence that Dr. Carranza has said it, and I've said it. If we have to take the vaccine first to be a role model, we'll be more than glad to do that if that creates any level of confidence. I know that, like I said, a lot of noise around the vaccine, but I think the best thing we could do is trust the science. At this time, if there's no trust in other areas, but the science is going to be important, that you trust that we do it right, and that we proceed the best we can in our community. Once again, could you also, I just don't want to make something that it's more from a doctor, but the flu shot, that I'm convinced that you got to be healthy as a layer of protection. You got to have the flu shot as a layer of protection. You got to be very prudent as the other part of it, and it's all part of one puzzle, and it fits in perfectly with a vaccine if the other three are together. Could you talk a little bit, Doctor, about taking the flu shot at this time when there's going to be a distribution of the vaccine?
Yes, sir. And that's a great point. And thank you for addressing those issues. The flu shot is extremely important that people, if they haven't gotten it, they need to go get it right now. Why? Well, right now at probably by the second week of December, that's when we see in El Paso that the flu starts peaking also, and it doesn't stop until probably spring break. So you're at the right time that you can receive your flu shot. If you haven't gotten it, go take everybody in your household that hasn't received their flu shot. And there's very, very few contraindications to the flu shot. So a lot of the people that say that, well, previous years I got the flu shot and I still got sick, please come and get your flu shot. It is important to note that the flu is not the same as the cold. Even though many people confuse it and call it the same, that you got the flu, it is not the same. And even if you receive the flu shot, you still can get sick with the cold. Although by following the preventive measures for COVID, we're seeing that less people are getting sick from colds and other respiratory infections. So that is a plus. When you follow those recommendations of wearing your mask, of washing your hands off and not touching your face and not going out, then we're reducing the risk of getting infected with other respiratory conditions. Another point that I want to make is it's better that you receive your flu shot right now. So by the time that you're up to receive the COVID vaccine, it is recommended that we receive the COVID vaccine by itself, and we cannot combine it with the other vaccine at this moment. So please receive your flu shot right now. When it's time for you to receive your COVID vaccine, get your COVID vaccine. And addressing vaccine hesitancy is something extremely important because misinformation can create a lot of confusion, and we don't want that to happen. As you mentioned, and I'm glad that you mentioned it, Judge, this vaccine or the technology for this vaccine has been in research for many, many, many years. A lot of the population feel that the vaccine was produced in a very short amount of time. And that's one of the hesitancy that they have because they don't know whether it's going to be effective. They don't know whether it's going to be safe to receive the vaccine. So the technology for the vaccine has been in development for a long time. And it has been already being administered to thousands of people in those trials that the vaccine companies had. So there's only reports of mild side effects, perhaps a very small percentage of moderate side effects, but so far the vaccines, the Pfizer vaccine and the Moderna vaccine, have not reported any severe side effects whatsoever. So it is very encouraging. Yes, the most common side effect that we're going to be seeing is going to be pain and redness on the site of injection, but we need to dissipate all the misinformation about the process of the vaccine, about this vaccine is so new and people are afraid that there's going to be some other long-term effects. So far, we haven't seen none of that, and we need to trust the science. And all the scientific community is very for the vaccine. They have read, there's scientific papers that can prove about the effectiveness of the vaccine and how this is going to be changing drastically this pandemic. So thank you, Judge, for those highlights.
Thank you, Doctor. Go ahead, Chief Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you all again for allowing us to present to you all where we are on this pandemic response. So, like we said last week, we are in our 9th month, and our EOC remains activated. We continue to work very closely with all our partners in the community. When we look at the very beginning of this pandemic and our response, even with the challenges that we saw with the migrant crisis and with August the 3rd, this one, absolutely pales in comparison. And the planning, the logistics, the financing that we had to put in place to respond to this event. So I'm going to cover a few points, mainly just as a wrap up of where we are heading into the end of this year. But there's been just a lot of comprehensive work in many areas, with our EOC team coordinating most of them, working closely with all of our partners. So from starting with the EPI investigation, contact tracing, still working very diligently. I mean, you look just at the sheer numbers of work that they've had to deal with going through this pandemic and doing all the contact tracing investigations for over 90,000 cases is just it's especially the rapid surge that we saw over the last 8 weeks. Working with Texas Health Trace, who've been a great partner in helping us expand that capability within EPI. It's been a great partnership. So we also continue to work on food preparedness. To your point, Judge, we've done 35,000 flu vaccinations, part of the Department of Public Health and the Paso Fire Department partnership in putting together their events. That number does not include the numbers of flu vaccinations done by other private clinics and other hospital providers or health providers. So that's just in purely Department of Public Health and Fire Department staff doing that. Ms. Mora will be on in a little bit with the COVID vaccine distribution planning that's been in effect. She provided an update for council this morning. If she's not available, I'll cover her points if she's not able to get on. On the testing side, we hit a benchmark. We surpassed 700,000 tests over the weekend that have been administered within the community. That, of course, remains very active, working within the city sites, the state sites. Our healthcare providers has been just phenomenal, seeing everybody working on the front lines to provide that testing to our community. Our isolation and quarantine hotel support, that's still ongoing, providing up to date. We provided isolation and quarantine hotel support for 1,184 individuals. And also that includes our first responders and healthcare professionals that have needed assistance. On the hospital surge front, we've done, in establishing the alternate care site at the convention center, we currently have a census of 53. The Med Blue tents are still operational at several of the hospitals. There were 2 that were demobilized, that are going to be demobilized on the 16th. Those are going to be at the Providence the Hospitals of Providence Sierra campus, and I'll come back to the other hospital that's going to be demobilized. I'm sorry, it was Del Sol, excuse me. So Del Sol and Hospitals of Providence Sierra campus, those two will be demobilized at the request of the hospitals. Our air transports remain at 90. We haven't done any air transports for a little over a week now, so that number stays steady. Our external staffing from medical providers that have come in to support the hospitals still remains at 1,439, and primarily the bulk of those resources are being committed to ICUs because that's where we see a big demand. Our El Paso Infusion Center at the convention center also, they've done 138 therapies so far of the antibody infusions that are being provided there. Our fatality management continues, working very closely with the medical examiner's office and our county partners, and through the Office of Emergency Management, the ongoing support of the decedent holding facility. That is an ongoing, still operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to help with the surge and unfortunate deaths that we've had in our community. Our logistics and procurement within the EOC is still ongoing, still serving as a single point of ordering for critical resources and supplies countywide. Currently, we are supporting the school districts with additional PPE. That'll be done till the end of the year. The state is currently not providing PPE for. I'm sorry. The state is currently providing PPE directly to the schools for their rapid testing that's being done at their locations. But if there's any additional support, the EOC is providing PPE support for them there. So. Other than that, I will come back to Ms. Mora. I don't know if she's going to be available to present right after me. But if we can, I'll pass it on to the next speaker, and let me check in with Ms. Mora and see if she's going to be available. Thank you all.
Chief, just want to ask you on the logistics of the vaccine. Is it the same kind of, you pretty much you were involved in public health and all that, trying to get the logistics taken care of. Is there a difference in what you, as the emergency management group, will be doing with the vaccine? Is there some similarity with what you did for the testing and the testing sites? Could you talk a little bit about that? There are a lot of questions about the logistics, and hopefully you can answer some of them.
So one thing about this unique. One thing that is unique about this vaccine distribution is that they've taken a different model, whereas now they are sending the vaccines directly to the providers that enroll in the program, those wishing to do their own administration of vaccines to their populations. And in doing that, the federal government, working with some federal contractors, are going to be doing all of the logistical support in that. So that's going to eliminate a lot of the demands locally, logistically for us to try to coordinate the distribution of the vaccine. Since that's going to be handled by the federal government working with that contractor, they're going to be shipping all the vaccines directly to all the providers. So that's going to eliminate several layers of logistical coordination between the state and the local levels. Since everything will be sent directly to the providers. There are logistical needs, of course, that we are supporting from the Department of Public Health and the El Paso Fire Department for refrigeration and things of that nature. But for the most part, a lot of that is being provided for some of the smaller providers that may not have the capital to pour towards some of that ultra cold freezers and things of that nature. So there is quite a bit of logistical support being provided by the federal government, and of course that's being coordinated through the Department of State Health Services. So there's not going to be such a huge burden at the local level for logistical support.
Okay, that's very important, because we always worry about the manpower and the personnel that's required. If we were to have a spike and then we had to deal with our COVID plus the distribution, so I'm glad it's almost like two separate initiatives. So, but plus, like always, you always provide the resources when they find, whatever it is that they're missing to be able to do what they do. You guys have been excellent in providing sort of what you did with the refugees and providing the, cots and all the things that were required with some of these, the ones taking care of the initiative. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you know Evangelist on board?
Judge, I understand that Angela's not going to be ready for a few more minutes. Do you want to go through the court updates and then I can give an update and then we'll see if Angela's available?
Absolutely. And then I didn't want to hold Dr. Ocaranza or Chief Rodriguez. So if you guys, you could stay, obviously, but if you needed to get off the call and we'll just wait for Angela would be okay, just so we don't hold you back, Chief and Doctor.
Thank you, Judge. I don't know if I can answer any questions for any of the court or in the meantime.
No, we're fine at this point. We'll just go ahead and wait for Angela and see what, her presentation. So, no, thank you, Betsy. And we'll go ahead and continue. And then we'll just wait for Angela to be able to come in.
Okay. Commissioner Stout?
Thanks, Betsy. Just to give you a quick update, the task force, the COVID-19 task force continues having meetings on a weekly basis. And we're looking forward this week to having an update on where things are with implementing the list of short-term recommendations that were put forth by the task force back in the summer. And looks like hopefully we're going to have a standing item to address that every other week, just so that we're on top of it and understand how it's progressing. The director of the health department, Angela Moore, gave us an update in the meeting on the vaccine rollout as it will happen locally. And as we've heard a little bit today, and we'll get into more deeply when she is on, it looks like they're going to have doses to administer this summer. So the biggest thing that's being worked on, aside from conforming local plans to direction coming from the state, is to ensure that there is adequate cold storage available and to vet providers who want to administer the vaccine for storage capacity sufficient to handle any doses that we'd receive. UTEP is also has been pretty heavily involved with developing the local plan, according to Ms. Mora, and the priority populations are going to be finalized this week. We've already heard as well that's being done for the first couple of phases, but they're also looking, of course, to roll out further down the road and planning ahead. One of the concerns that folks expressed during the meeting was that we had adequate medical personnel on hand to address any possible anaphylactic reactions people might have or adverse health responses. The doctor talked a little bit about the side effects and that they're really not that heavy, but we have seen in the news some stories about folks that may have allergic reactions to the vaccine. So just making sure that that's being built in to any drive-through sites as part of the vaccine rollout. We also understand that we can't really order a quantity of vaccines, but local vaccine records are going to be used to determine the initial quantities as the vaccine is rolled out. On the homelessness front, the winter surge anticipated at the Delta facility is manifesting, though they are accommodating by sending folks to Inspira. As of this week, they have referred over 30 folks there on top of the Delta census between 142 and 150. That's about 34% increase in folks between the two, and it's about in line with the historic trends of a winter surge between 30 and 40%. So as we see the CDC moratorium expire at the end of the year, though, there's really much greater potential for a spike in early 2021. Evictions in years past tend to hit a spike in January of a given year, and when you add the underlying issues we have now with folks who have lost their jobs and are struggling to pay their rent, it could be more pronounced this time. And so we're working diligently as well to try to come up with ways to help with that situation. The Delta site right now is up to 57 eviction-related admissions, which is up right about 10% up from the week before. So that's what I have for my update, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it. Betsy, back to you.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Leon, did you have an update today?
Yes, there's really nothing out of the ordinary in these extraordinary times. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Robinson, were you going to add anything on the homelessness?
No, not today.
Okay. Commissioner Pettis, did you have anything?
I don't.
Okay. Judge, commissioners, just want to remind you we continue to pay the expenses under the CARES funds. As we mentioned earlier, we'll present a reconciliation to the court after the bills are all in and paid. The decedent holding facility continues to operate and is currently housing 183 decedents. We've housed over 365 decedents since it began operations just 3 weeks ago. We are planning to provide a holiday meal to our National Guard members and our staff who are working on the site on Christmas Day. We're planning on how we can staff the site, as we understand that the National Guard will eventually be pulled from the site. Also, the city's vaccine task force met last week. We were allowed to attend the meeting via public health. And we met with public health and other local vaccine providers, including UMC, and we learned more about what the first round of vaccine was actually based on. And Ms. Mora has notified me that she will be including me in those meetings going forward. And then on the task force, the other item that was heard at the task force last week, Dr. Covarrubias from Juarez said that they're expecting to get the Pfizer vaccine sometime later this month or early next month. He did note that cases are down in Juarez and follow the same trends we're seeing here in El Paso. And then Battelle presented information on what other localities have experienced and how it aligns with public health policies they were adopting. We're continuing to review the data that was in that report, and we're waiting for the final report from Battelle on that. The other area that, Judge, you've mentioned, we just cannot emphasize enough, is that area hospitals note that visits for regular care are down, but what they're seeing is they're seeing more severe cases. So people are waiting before they access care, and it's creating a more severe health situation. So people are encouraged to seek care earlier in any kind of illness or injury. The last thing is Congresswoman Escobar is hosting a community resource fair this Thursday about what programs exist to help during COVID. A couple of our team members are going to present a quick update on resources available through the county, and it's going to be Joel and Jose Landeros, and they're also going to present some information on what's available to pet owners that Lorelei shared. So with that, that's all the updates we have on this item right now. If you'd like to, Judge, we could go to item number 15 and 16 and come back when Ms. Mora is available.
Absolutely. Just want to thank you on this delayed, treatments of not going to the, doctors and hospitals and waiting on taking care of you. Because like I said, that's one of the missing elements of the puzzle is that you have to be healthy, independent. You'd be more vulnerable in any situation if you're not healthy. And we do, in my discussions with Jacob Cintrón, he says that, the severity scale has really increased a lot. So we don't want, more deaths and more crises happening. They're collateral to COVID, although these are not COVID deaths, that's still losing anyone from our community. So thank you for reinforcing that, Betsy. That's very important. We've been talking about that for a couple of weeks now, but we do need our community to respond to the treatment. And remember, there's teledoc and telehealth at UMC, and so that's increasing a lot. And we're very happy to see that if you're not able to come in, that at least you make contact with a physician or someone that can help you through some of your health challenges. So thank you, Betsy.
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry, there was one other thing I did forget to mention, and that's the work of our teams who continue to work on enforcement of current orders at businesses and with individuals. And we want to just appreciate the Sheriff's Office, the constables, and code enforcement for their work on this. The team of constables from precincts 1, 4, and 6, in the past week alone, that group conducted 42 business inspections with 23 businesses in compliance. They issued 66 warnings and 5 citations, and we appreciate their continuous efforts in this matter. And with that, Jessica or Caesar, can you go to item 15?
Yes, item number 15 from purchasing. Approve award recommendation for bid 20-042 Bailey Detention Pod improvements for the County of El Paso to Horizon Construction 1 Ltd. of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $1,104,104. Purchasing approved on December 3rd, 2020. Funds are available in general funds, road and bridge, flood, CNT, stormwater improvement.
Good afternoon, Elvia Jauregui, Purchasing Manager. On this item, we're requesting approval to the low bidder, Horizon Construction 1 Ltd. We are requesting approval on the base bid plus the mobilization and the demobilization. And they are a local vendor.
Thank you very much. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
There's our 5th commissioner.
Item number
Thank
16, approve award recommendation for bid 20-043 Tornillo Detention Pod improvements for the County of El Paso to Horizon Construction 1 Ltd. of El Paso, Texas, for a total cost in the amount of $1,457,000. Purchasing approved on December 3rd, 2020. Funding is available in general fund, road and bridge, flood, CNT, stormwater improvements.
Elvia Jauregui, Purchasing Manager. Again, we're requesting permission for to award to the low bidder. It's Horizon Construction 1 from Ltd. We're requesting approval for the base bid, the alternate, the mobilization and demobilization.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Judge,
Item number.
I'm sorry, go ahead, keep going.
Okay, item number 17, auditor. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Treasury Management Services Agreement with Frost Bank for safekeeping services for investment securities purchased by the county. Contract number 2020-1095.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Edward Dion, County Auditor. This is a housekeeping item. We are just finalizing the safekeeping arrangements to have an agreement so that we can start doing investments with the securities. And this is just basically similar to our depository bank. We currently have Frost. This Frost Bank will be used to safekeep our investments. We'll have to maintain a minimum of a $1,000 cash balance to keep it open. And we'll be using this to transact investments in the future. This is just to authorize the county judge to sign the agreement so that we can get the agreement up and running and work with our investment advisor on future investments.
Thank you, Ed. I think I heard the motion by Commissioner Leon. Second?
Sir.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you. Stay safe.
You too.
Okay. Item number 18, litigation, justice, and law enforcement. Approve and authorize the county attorney to apply to host a Public Rights Project Fellow. If selected, the fellow would work 2 years in the county attorney's office on affirmative litigation, coalition building, and community engagement, policy research, and other enforcement projects developed with the county attorney's office. There is no fiscal impact at this time. County Attorney's File Number 0195-20-AA.
And good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Jed Hunterecker, Assistant County Attorney. I am here to seek the approval for the County Attorney's Office to apply to host an affirmative litigation fellow with the Public Rights Project. This is an opportunity for the county to have an attorney to proactively address issues that protect the rights of our residents. Examples of this type of litigation from other jurisdictions include tackling issues like systemic wage theft, housing discrimination, environmental hazards, healthcare, and consumer protections. While exactly what we have authority to do is probably more limited than other jurisdictions, we still think that there are plenty of issues that having a full-time dedicated attorney and the resources of a nonprofit behind it would allow us to address, and we could have a significant impact, frankly, on these issues here in the community. There is no fiscal impact to the county. We can apply and ask for the Public Rights Project to fully fund that position. If the only way, say, for us to get a fellow in the future would be to contribute some percentage of his or her compensation, at that point we could then decide whether or not we wanted to continue applying, and we would bring that back before you for approval, or we can always just withdraw our application. So at this point, we are just seeking to apply for this fellow, and considering that there is such a strong connection between this position and the work that your offices are doing out in the community, we wanted to make sure that we had your approval before moving forward.
Thank you for that, Jed, and move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez. Aye. Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Item number 19 from Economic Development. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the proposed Economic Development 381 agreements with Borderplex Community Capital LLC, Lift Fund, People Fund, El Paso Chamber of Commerce, El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Workforce Solutions Borderplex, and the Better Business Bureau regarding the administration and promotion of the county's financial assistance for safety, technology, and economic resilience program. Funding is available in General Fund, General Administrative Appropriations Unallocated, FB, and General Fund Economic Impact Initiative.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioner Salcedo Meadows with your Economic Development Department. This is just bringing up some updates to our program criteria and guidance. As you all know, we are working very aggressively to have these contracts executed before the upcoming holiday to ensure that we meet our go live date of January 4. And so we are coming back with a few options for the court to consider and some proposals related to some pending items, some items that were left pending, after last week's discussion. The first one is regarding, so on the sheet here that IT has brought up, you can see that the highlighted areas are changes to the document from the time that we had seen them previously. On this first area, we're talking about the funding tier prioritization. We're stating that areas outside the city of El Paso have priority on the funds. We're ensuring that 60% of all funding is set aside for them, and that's available starting January 4. And then within the city of El Paso, 40% of those funds are also going to be available starting January 4th. In terms of timeline to allow those outside businesses to access the funds, we're proposing that those businesses be given 2 months, and on March 5th, any unspent Tier 1 funds be made available to both Tier 1 and Tier 2 applicants. Now, we don't necessarily anticipate there being a second application round because we suspect that the demand is going to far exceed the resources made available. So what we are asking our program administrators or partners to do is to create wait lists, and if there is subsequent funding made available at that March 5th deadline, that there merely be a second round of disbursement at that time. Our goal is to have all 100% of the funds dispersed and out into the community by the end of April, but we recognize that because the demand is going to be so high that we may end up completing that goal by mid-March. That is our hope. And so that is being reflected in the document here. It's important that we just gain concurrence on the entire document because this will be an attachment into each agreement that is currently under the review of the county attorney's office as well as the program administrator partners. And the items that were left pending last time, there were 3. 2 of them are addressed here in these next 2 bullets, and those are regarding the factors of historically underutilized businesses, as well as businesses who provide for their employees and give them a living wage. And so what we have attached here are, we've outlined those 2 objectives as aspirational goals for the program. And we are telling administrators to monitor the amount of applications that they're receiving to certify, not to certify, but to determine if businesses are doing either of those and to effectively use them as tiebreakers because a lot of these programs are going to have application periods that are going to be opened. And then at that point, every application will be evaluated and qualified. There is an opportunity to use that factor as a tiebreaker between 2 businesses that otherwise appear equal on paper. But we also want to ensure that the administrators have some flexibility. And so for historically underutilized businesses, we are recommending to state that administrators should strive to have about 75% of businesses that fall into that criteria of either being a minority, woman, or veteran-owned businesses. And then again, that factor be used as a tiebreaker. and then also determine which businesses out there provide living wages, and also use that to determine to help break any ties between two competing businesses. And then the third bullet that you see here that starts with county staff shall work, we are hoping to request some discretion in terms of making any modifications once this program is out on the street. Because as the judge put it last week, we're dealing with COVID minutes in terms of public health, in terms of the resilience and survival of some of these businesses. We're also looking at that in the same way, and time is of the essence. And with the abbreviated meeting schedule over the holidays, in the event that there's an issue that comes up, we are asking for the court to provide us the direction and the approval to make any adjustments that we feel are necessary, as long as we feel that they fall in line with the overall scope of the program. Of course, if any changes were made, we would come back and report that to the Commissioner's Court so that the Commissioner's Court is made aware of what those changes were. We don't anticipate any occurring at this time. However, we can't be certain of that until the program is out on the street and some of those decisions may be made. And in fact, at that time, the abbreviated Commissioner's Court schedule will not be in existence because we'll be in January. But in the event from now to then, we would like a little bit of flexibility to ensure that this program can be successful. Are there any questions on either of those two? The first two bullet points there were items of discussion last week, and so that is the recommendation that's being offered today. We want to see if that falls in line with what the Commissioner's Court would like to see. So we would like concurrence on both of those before we move forward to ask for further action.
Jose, just wanted to tell the commissioners and our audience today is that if you recall, we had a little bit of a pushback from the small businesses based on our orders and some of the restrictions, and so I made a commitment that I would start meeting with them, and so we've had, I believe this was our third, and I really thank Jose for making a presentation on all of these items and got feedback, and he'll tell us a little bit if he got additional feedback, because we asked him that they still had time before we presented it to the court. But it was very, very valuable. We had almost all our partners were there. Layla with Workforce Solutions and Eric with the foundation. We had Cindy with Hispanic Chamber. We had David Jerome with the Greater Chamber. And then we had, I don't know how many, but quite a few individuals participated. And we were able to present the entire program, where I, not myself, but Jose presented the program and what he's showing you. And so anyway, just want to give you that background that they were very pleased. I did get a lot of comments very pleased about the fact that we're getting them involved. And so there's a couple of things that were important. One, these are key individuals that can get that information out to a lot of people that we might not be able to reach. And so they were there to be able to do that, especially the Hispanic Chamber that already has that outreach going on very small businesses, the mom and pops and all these other businesses that are struggling. And then also we wanted their feedback to see if we're missing any items or anything that they saw. So like I said, very productive meeting, I believe, and a lot of comments about the county allowing them to participate before we bring to a Commissioner's Court and at their feedback. So not sure, Jose, did you get any feedback from them over the weekend on any of the items that might help us with this discussion?
No, sir, but actually, if I may, if we can go back to the slide, I do want to, we did receive some comments during that meeting, and so based on those comments, we did go back and look at a few things. Continuing down the list with the highlighted areas under eligible businesses, right, we did add some additional factors in terms of ensuring that the company is in a financial position that is healthy enough to take on a loan potentially. Right, we don't want to necessarily assist businesses that might currently be in bankruptcy, because in the event that they decide not to pursue a loan forgiveness program, they would be subject to repayment. But at the same time, if a business is already in that position financially, they would have to demonstrate some very innovative ideas to convince the lender to actually make that investment to turn their business around. So we felt that was an important thing to add, and it again falls in line with a lot of the criteria that we see nationally. The feedback that we did receive during that roundtable, Judge, that you held last week, is the number of employees. We initially set that at 30. Every community has set that at a different level, just really depending on what their individual small businesses are telling them, right? We've seen as high as 300 employees be determined to be a small business in some very metropolitan areas like in Dallas and Fort Worth. We've seen as low as 20 in smaller communities across the country. The recommendation was to consider raising 30. If the court was to consider something like that, there might be a recommendation to move that up to 50. But at 50, you are really dealing with organizations that might still be relatively small, and that was the feedback that we received from the group last week as well. And then the last point, again, I mentioned there were 3 very specific points that were pending the court's direction and concurrence, and it was the HUBs, the living wage, and the third one was franchises. And so the recommendation that's before the court this afternoon is to allow franchises to be included, determining that they are indeed locally owned and independently operated. And we are going to recommend limiting that to 1 storefront per franchisee. So in the event that you owned 3 or 4 franchises throughout the community, you would need to, as the business owner, identify the storefront that was specifically in a dire position and in need of most assistance to make that determination. So there was a lot of positive feedback for that recommendation at that roundtable that the judge held last week, including from the chamber. So we do feel that we feel comfortable offering that recommendation to the Commissioner's Court. And then just some additional updates on some of the other criteria for excluded businesses, limiting financial companies that already deal in e-commerce, because that is the model, sort of like Sonic, right? It was already set up to succeed in a pandemic in terms of how they deliver their services. E-commerce is the same thing. And then while nonprofits are eligible, political or lobbying organizations may be registered as nonprofits. And so we just want to make it clear that political or lobbying organizations would not be eligible for any assistance under the program. We would limit this to other service delivery organizations that are recognized as nonprofits. So those are the major updates to the criteria. The action that we're looking for this afternoon for this first part is to agree to this, recognizing that there may be some additional movement to the program criteria. And if there is, we can bring that back to the Commissioner's Court. And also recognizing, because of our abbreviated timeline, in the event we do have all of these scheduled for final action on Thursday at the special session. However, in the event that we don't hit quorum, or there is some other disruption that we couldn't account for, we're asking for the court to authorize the county judge to sign all of the 381 agreements with all of these agencies, only in the event that there is no quorum or no opportunity to have the discussion on Thursday at the special session to actually present this information. And so we do anticipate having quorum, but in the event that something occurred and we couldn't meet on Thursday to discuss this, we just want to have that contingency plan in place, because we do hope to have all of these executed again before the holidays so that we can hit that January 4th timeline. So available that there's a second portion that I'd like to present, but I think it's easier if we take it one by one and have any conversation about this specifically. I'm happy to take any questions the court might have.
Thank you, Jose. Commissioners?
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner Leon, please.
Yes, I've got Jose, I doubt if any of the businesses are going to fit right into our categories that we've designated. So I really agree with you that we give your team as much flexibility as we can in making those decisions, because it's going to be tough.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, we would exercise any changes. We'd be very prudent in making that decision and that determination. And again, we apprise the court as soon as we could of any changes.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
Just thanks, thanks, thanks again, Jose, for the work on this, to your team. I think we're getting to a place that we're going to have the opportunity to help a lot of businesses and really be able to help those that are doing good things as well. So I think that's important, and I appreciate the incorporation of the hub aspect as well as the living wage aspect. I think those are really very important. One thing that I also wanted to mention is recently we were contacted by an organization called Salesforce, and they've worked with other communities across the state. I think their biggest client is Fort Worth, and getting helping to not only get applications, go through this type of process, but also track the money, where it's being spent, who's receiving the money, and providing a level of transparency that I think would be really important for us to have here in El Paso. We had a meeting with them last week. Jose wasn't on the meeting, but his staff was, as well as Joel, to kind of talk about what that might look like. But it seems to me that it may be something that we want to look at as we're rolling out this funding, so that we can be very transparent with our public and let them know, kind of what the process looks like, how it's being rolled out, and who's tapping into these funds, and how we're doing with getting them out. We haven't done something like that in the past. I know that we have had updates, from our departments on how the money is being spent and things like that. But I feel like this could be something that would help us paint that picture in a much more transparent light. And so I wanted to engage the court and see if you all think that's something that would be beneficial, as I do, and maybe ask our department, our economic development department, to further engage possibly this organization. I know that it's a process that we would have to go through, of course, because it would mean it would be basically a vendor, or there would have to be a process through purchasing to be able to work on something like this. But I just wanted to see if you all had any thoughts about doing something like that.
Commissioners, any comments? Jose?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, Commissioner, I apologize. I was not able to join. Had another issue to deal with from the planning side that morning at the same time. However, Marcos did provide a brief overview of the initiative, and we did review the work that they've done for Fort Worth under the Preserve the Fort program, which was Fort Worth's response, similar to what we're attempting to do with FASTER, in terms of administering CARES Act dollars for economic relief to the community. I do think that there's a lot of potential to have a single application process. That's something that we've heard a lot of over the past few months. I think in terms of trying to fit that in to the FASTER program, we may be a little limited because of the time constraints we have. But even if it's not so much on the front end, but on the back end for reporting and looking at aggregating all the data from all the partners, I do think that is something that we could continue to explore. And in the event that we see a subsequent relief program offered by the incoming administration at the federal level, and we have additional dollars to spend down, this might be a good tool to track as well. So, I think we're very open to looking to gain some more insight on how we can consolidate the data and really track expenses and, make reports that really help tell the story about how the community made that investment. So if that's an option the court would like to see pursued, I would be open to working with the county attorney's office and with purchasing to explore what those options might be.
And Jose, we also maybe could look at an inventory of our current software to see if any of it has this capability.
Right. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. I think what was really beneficial is that in Fort Worth, they were given the keys to everything and were allowed to do everything from start to finish. And that was beneficial for businesses to then be able to even determine which program is right for you. Right now, we're operating under, we want to share everything in one central place, but then still have a decentralized approach. So we can also talk to budget and fiscal policy and the auditor's office to determine what capabilities might exist that we can replicate using Munis in our financial system right now as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think there would be definitely some value to doing that. I feel like we could be a lot more transparent with the all of the money that we're spending and not, I mean, just in the future, not just with like money on that we're spending for business relief, but also just overall kind of where things are going and so I mean I would definitely advocate for trying to have this this type of program set up or working in the future. I mean, as we roll this program out, I mean, I know that again, as Jose said, they kind of came in much more on the front end in the model that they used in Fort Worth, and there are some things that they did for them that we probably don't have time to do just because of the rapid response here, but definitely when it comes to the providing a dashboard for the community on certain things and the transparency aspect, I think we should strive for that.
Agree, Commissioner.
So, Judge, there was a second component that I did want to bring before the court, but before we move on to, and that's regarding the promotion of the program and some other aspects related to that. But do we have, so if it would be appropriate, I'd like to request a motion then to approve the program criteria as presented, and then I'll read this into the record if the court would consider it. And then, so to approve the program criteria as presented by staff at this afternoon, at today's Commissioners Court meeting, and then further upon legal review and approve and authorize the county judge to sign the proposed Economic Development 381 agreements with Borderplex Community Capital, LLC, Lift Fund, People Fund, El Paso Chamber of Commerce, El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and Workforce Solutions Borderplex regarding the administration of the county's FASTER program, only if the agreements are not open for discussion and consideration at the December 17th special session.
And
sorry,
Judge Commissioner Zerk, Assistant County Attorney. Jose, did you want to include the Better Business Bureau, or is that?
Yes, well, actually, yeah, I did pick it, but it's a separate contract for the promotion, and so this is just related to the actual program administrators.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Sorry, what is the motion? What exactly are we voting on? The whole package?
The package just with the program administrators, so the people that would actually be dispersing the funds and the grants and loans, and we're asking for the program criteria to be approved, and then for authorization for the judge to sign the agreements if we can't meet on Thursday for some reason, after the county attorney's office has finished their review and they are approved.
Okay, aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners. And so the second part of this presentation is that was also texted back up is regarding the promotion of the program. The City of El Paso, in partnership with Better Business Bureau Paso Norte, actually established the EP Business Strong and the Buy El Paso program, which promotes local business. The latter promotes local businesses that are, in compliance with the order, which very much falls in line with what we've been discussing here at the county. EP Business Strong has become a central resource, a centralized clearinghouse, really, for all the COVID-related programs that offer businesses support. Because it's funded through CARES Act, that program is coming to an end at the end of this calendar year. And the hosting and everything else related to those websites would cease if there is not funding presented. So what we are asking the court to consider this afternoon is to continue that funding, but in addition to that, not only focus on creating a centralized clearinghouse for the FASTER program details and criteria, but also to partner with Better Business Bureau to actually develop an outreach program that's specific to the needs of the community. And so if we continue down, if IT can scroll down to the next few pages, there's some very key target investments that are going to be vital to this program's success. One of those is the outreach through promotoras. We're using this technique right now to actually promote the Reduce the Risk campaign that the county is funding. The promotora outreach would be very similar in the sense that we would have people knocking on doors in these outlying communities and letting business owners know about the funds. And so it's based on this model of outreach that we suspect we would need more time to allow a business in Fabens or in Westway to have sufficient time to learn about the program and submit that information. This is a centralized promotional effort, and so this does not necessarily replace the efforts that the different organizations that are going to be administering the funds may do. But at the same time, this ensures that there is a foundation and a consistent level of promotion for all these programs for businesses to know where to come to get more information about how they can be helped during these uncertain times. And so part of the proposal is to have these promotoras go out into the community and communicate about the grant and loan programs. The second part there that you see is to continue the website. We asked the Better Business Bureau to create 2 quotes effectively. One would be for the next 6 months. The one would be for the full year. The reason we did the next 6 months is we do feel it's something that we could revisit in June as we approach, because if we do suspect there being a second relief package made available to the community or to the nation, if those funds came down, we could reevaluate the commitment. The good thing here is that everything is being structured in such a way that if funds come down from the feds, we feel confident that we would be eligible to submit for reimbursement. We are obviously going to, this is something that the Congresswoman Escobar's office is well aware of. And we want to ensure that ends up in the final legislation, if there is any legislation, so that in the event that we need to, we can recoup some of these funds from the program, right? The efforts that we made to continue relief through the interim period between the expiration of CARES Act and then the new round of funding that would come down from the feds. So the website includes general tech support, the application form to serve all eligible agencies so that you only have to fill out one piece of information, and also add Google AdWords or targeted. So if someone types in El Paso Business Relief COVID, it draws them to EP Business Strong. And so by centralizing everything in one place, we know that all the information is consistent. It reduces the and it's presented in English and in Spanish, and it reduces the likelihood of any misinformation being out there. There's other fees associated with it, having the communications consulting from Better Business Bureau's vendor, Barracuda PR, who is working on the Reduce the Risk campaign for the county at this point in time as well, and also paid media. And so if IT could scroll down just a little bit more, the paid media includes outdoor television, digital ads, a downtown banner program, right? Because this would be a county-wide initiative. Obviously, you have a lot of commerce in the downtown area, and then a direct mail campaign. And so these direct mail campaigns would actually be a more traditional form of media delivery for some of these businesses that are more likely to be located away from the city center and rely on these hard prints of media, or hard mediums of media, to actually consume information and process that information. We suspect all of this collectively would help to ensure that businesses in the outlying areas really have as much information as possible, so that that priority, the prioritization of funding that the Commissioners Court has established of 60%, really goes to, we want to ensure that as much of that money actually ends up in these regional communities as possible. And so this is a targeted effort to do that, while also recognizing that through some programs like Buy El Paso, we can take the message to these outlying areas and tell a business owner in Vinton that they have the opportunity to take a pledge to safety, and if and when they do that, they then have the ability to be featured on Buy El Paso. And so you start to promote responsible businesses who are doing the right thing and have taken that pledge to safety. And so consumers alike know that they can feel safe going there, and it's going to be as safe experience as possible. And business owners know that their investment and their partnership and commitment to health and safety, provides them a little bit more notoriety and promotion in the community. So the total cost of the program, including there's some direct services being offered by the Better Business Bureau in terms of promoting this on Facebook, doing translations to English and Spanish, using the Better Business Bureau's access for direct business database for direct communication. All of that comes for 6 months at just under $700,000. For the year, it's roughly $1.3 million. And so because of the investment that the county is making in terms of the $10 million FASTER program, we did not want to reduce the funding that was going to be made available to businesses through that fund. And so if the court would consider funding something like this, we would recommend it be out of the Economic Impact Fund, which is at this point really focusing on trying to ensure that these businesses can be retained and then in the future expanded. So we do feel it falls in line as a permissible use, although not the intended use of the Economic Impact Fund, but in terms of our community and the response that's necessary for COVID-19, these are uncertain times and uncharacteristic, untraditional times. So we need to be as innovative as we can, and we feel that this allows us to really promote the investment that the community, the county, and the Commissioners Court have made in our small businesses. And we would recommend the 6-month proposal. And so the requested action would be similar to what was previously discussed, to allow that 381 development agreement to be signed by the county judge only in the event that the December 17th special session meeting does not occur. Otherwise, this would be up for final discussion and approval on Thursday's special session. And I'm available to answer any questions that the court may have.
Thank you, Jose. Betsy, any direction on this that help us move forward?
So basically, we'd ask the court to make a motion. Jose, would you word it so that for the promotion of the county's financial assistance for the FASTER program?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and I can read that into the record for the court's consideration. So upon legal review and approve and authorize the county judge to sign the proposed Economic Development 381 agreement with Better Business Bureau Paso Norte regarding the promotion of the county's financial assistance for safety, technology, and economic resilience program, only if the agreements are not open for discussion and consideration at the December 17th special session.
I make that motion.
I've got a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
Thank you, Judge. In the past, when the city rolled out some of their economic development funds for businesses that came from CARES, and then some of the stuff that we did. I mean, did they engage a big promotional campaign like this, or was it enough to, I mean, or was it enough just to, like, between the organizations that they partnered with, like the chambers and workforce solutions and things like that? I mean, was there a lack of interest or a lack of knowledge about the programs?
Yes, sir. No, that's a very good question. It's something that we asked, Better Business Bureau, Mary Beth Stevens and Marina Monsiváis when we met with them. And so we have the benefit of taking a lot of the lessons learned. And this program is actually based on what the city ended up finding to be very successful. Similar to a lot of the agreements and the program aspects that are under consideration for the FASTER program. Those agencies have provided their feedback, and we're following suit in terms of the foundation that the city has laid, and in terms of what's been successful, what the challenges have been, and so this program is something that would be administered countywide in some circumstances. In some areas like digital pay media, we really follow up with streaming TV and YouTube ads and that sort of technology, very targeted for the outlying areas, so that someone streaming, internet TV in Westway has access to an ad that lets them know about COVID relief. And so we're really trying to have both a digital medium, but then I think what is unique about this program is the inclusion of promotoras, which is something that was innovated because of the need out in the regional areas of the county that was pioneered, and it was being used rather by the Reduce the Risk campaign. And so it is a blend of both strategies that have proven to be successful, but a majority of it is based on what the city recently did with the BBB.
Are we gonna be tracking how people find out about this program? Because I mean, it seems to me that would be an important thing to look at, especially, if we're looking at doing further, if there ends up being another stimulus, or if we end up having more funding, because this, I mean, it's a pretty hefty price tag, between $600,000 and $1.2 million, of funding to pay for something like this. And I really want to make sure that, I mean, the reason I was asking about, did the city do something like this in the past where they had, or when they were rolling out their CARES Act funding, did they employ a company, and was there indication as to, 50 or 60 or some percentage of the businesses that came for the help, did they see about it on a billboard, or something that was paid for by a campaign like this, or was it by word of mouth, or did they find out through their chamber or something like that? I mean, I think that's important now and going into the future, so that we know if spending this pretty hefty amount of money on these campaigns is actually what's pushing people towards the program.
Right. No, yes, sir. And so I think what we definitely work on doing is making sure that we have that information for Thursday, and to let the court know what that looks like. And certainly we'll track that internally ourselves as we do our exit surveys, and even our intake surveys for companies, so that we know how that they came across this information. I do know that in the past week, there's been, I think approximately the past couple weeks, there's been approximately 700 businesses that have reached out through the El Paso BusinessStrong.org or EPBusinessStrong.org website to ask about financial assistance and trying to gain more information about what the next round of funding is going to be like. So I do feel that we have a very valuable resource in that it is a centralized clearinghouse for all programs, and people already sort of know how to go there. What contributes to the cost that's before the court today is a lot of the paid media in terms of downtown ads, direct mail, digital ads, outdoor ads, and TV ads. But all of those are intended to, really have a full court press on letting people know about the program, especially, in the short amount of time that we have to try and get these funds out as aggressively as possible. But it is something that we can definitely track to make sure it's effective. So in the event that we don't see the results that we expected, we can discontinue that service, in 6 months, whether that's out of general fund dollars or a subsequent federal relief program.
Or
right. I also just wonder if it makes sense to have, to pay for 6 months or 12 months worth of like advertising when we're expecting that this is going to be flying out the window within, a number of days, if not hours, once it's opened up.
Yeah, that's a good question, Commissioner, because that's what I was going to say. They exhausted their funds and, really quickly, and it's not like they needed any more promotions than they got. And so that is a good question. You spend that kind of money when you're going to exhaust your funds very quickly.
Right, so
I guess what happens if that's the case, and within a week, we or less than a week or in a couple of days we have exhausted. We have exhausted all of the money, and then so what are we going to spend the advertising on for the next 5 months? What are we going to be advertising? What's going to be on those billboards, and what's going to be on those TV commercials and radio commercials if we've already gotten everything out the window within just a couple of days.
So part of that is going to be the Buy El Paso program also, which is also promoting businesses that are doing the right thing, have taken the pledge to safety, and that are committed to providing a safe experience for their employees and their customers alike. And and those are really the local businesses. So even in the event that you don't have funds to be administered necessarily with your EP Business Strong, you do have a network of locally owned businesses that have subscribed to this. And to date, that's only been available to businesses within the city of El Paso. So Ceballos Honey Farm out in Fabens, for example, could be featured on that program and may be made available. And so part of that promotion is not only what we're discussing in terms of the program, but also the businesses that are doing the right thing and asking, and in turn for doing the right thing, in exchange for doing the right thing, are being promoted on a platform that is being supported by the county as well.
And another option, Jose, we could go through, I don't think it's an all or nothing proposal either.
Right. Yeah, and there's a lot of flexibility. I think what we could do is, I think what is vital definitively at this point in time is going to be the website, having that epbusinessstrong.org continue, and by ep.org as well, the Buy El Paso. But then the paid media, the paid media for 6 months comes to just about $380,000, which is roughly half of the entire cost of the proposal. So we can work out to see if there's maybe a want to reduce that to 3 months, dial down certain programs, dial up certain programs, and we can come back with a little bit more definition on that at Thursday's special session. And in the event that we don't have a chance to meet on Thursday and have a discussion about this, we only approve the cost for the websites, and I would suggest the promotora outreach as well, and then the associated the Association to Communication Consulting fees associated with that, and we can narrow that scope down at that point. But I feel confident that we'll have the meeting on Thursday, but I'm just trying to have a contingency plan in place so that if we do not, we're not delayed on making a lot of these programs successful.
So Jose, on this particular item, can we ask the court not take action today, and come back with some other alternate options for Thursday for lower cost to show what we could get based on the percentage of funds that we're using. To, of course, we want to get as much of the funding as possible out to the businesses. And so if we could come back with a scaled down, some options, including the full blown option, but bring back some scaled down options on what we could recommend.
Okay, yes, ma'am, we'll do that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And so I just want to be clear. So this money, I thought I heard Jose say that he was proposing taking it out of our Economic Development Impact Fund and not out of the 10 million that we're setting aside from. Is that correct, or am I? I'm confused.
Yes,
sorry.
And that was just to ensure that as much of the 10 million that came out of the reserves was put into the put in directly into businesses, and not necessarily the operations of and so this is coming out of the county's economic impact fund, but not the unappropriated fund balance that the court set aside for the program. We don't want to take away from the 10 million that the court has, so this would be above and beyond that.
Yeah, good move.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so we'll wait for Thursday then. Is that what you're suggesting, Betsy?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
So there was a motion by Commissioner Leon. Would you withdraw that motion, Commissioner? Would you be willing?
Yeah, I've got no problem with withdrawing it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great.
Jessica,
Okay,
we're ready to
Jose.
go back to
That'll
item
work.
13.
Okay. Item number 13. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Judge, Commissioners, we have Angela Mora with Public Health here to present the vaccination
Excellent.
plan information.
Angela Moore, welcome. Thank you for being here today.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. Here I am. I'm all yours. Jorge, I think we have the presentation already projected. Okay, very good. So there's, as you are probably aware, there's been some very happy, significant related advances over the weekend with the approval of the Pfizer vaccine under an emergency use authorization by the FDA and the CDC. So let me get my bearings here.
Angela, we'll advance the slides for you if you'll just let us know when you're ready for us to move the slides.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. All right, so on the first slide, in terms of the vaccine, this COVID vaccine distribution, the details continue to change as production of vaccine is ramped up. The assumptions for distribution continue to be the same. There have been some outcomes under these assumptions. The original timeline for vaccine distribution was November 2020. We know now that that was delayed to December, and we're seeing initial distribution of the vaccine already taking place. We also know that the emergency use authorization for the Pfizer vaccine was approved by the Food and Drug Administration Advisory Panel and by the Advisory Committee in Immunization Practices, or ACIP. And this weekend, and the production and distribution of the vaccine will initially be limited due to limited vaccine resources. Once additional vaccine is produced, access to vaccine for targeted groups will also increase considerably. The cold chain storage remains the same, with various vaccines requiring different types of refrigeration. Most vaccines, except one, the Johnson & Johnson, will be up to those vaccines administered 21 days to 28 days apart to be able to provide full immunity. Next slide, please. So there are 6 vaccine companies under the United States Warp Speed Program for accelerated development of the vaccine. These are Moderna, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, Novavax, Pfizer, and Sanofi. Both the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines concluded the third or last of clinical trials, and applications were submitted already to the FDA for emergency use authorization. The Pfizer was approved again over the weekend by both the FDA advisory panel and the CDC's ACIP. The Moderna vaccine findings will be reviewed by the FDA independent advisory panel this week, and the ACIP has already scheduled review for December 17th in the event that the FDA panel approves Moderna for emergency use. Two other vaccines, the Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca, are on the final phase of their clinical trials. Next slide, please. So vaccine, as discussed initially, will still be distributed in 3 phases. The estimated timeline for phase 1 is from December to early March 2020. Under this phase, there will be very limited supply of COVID-19 vaccine doses available. Activities under this phase 1 include the shipping of vaccines, which is going to be directly by the McKesson medical supplier to those providers that have enrolled to be vaccinating locations or sites throughout the United States, who serve primarily healthcare workers, critical infrastructure, essential workers, and other prioritized populations. And this is based on the DSHS's Health Commissioner's approval in accordance with the CDC's ACIP recommendations. Current vaccinations, vaccinators serving the in occupational healthcare settings will be the primary administrators of vaccines. Some pharmacy chains enrolled directly by the CDC will serve the long-term care facilities. And the recruitment and registration of providers will continue to ensure access to vaccination to a larger number of individuals throughout the country. Next slide, please. Phase 2, timeline is estimated from March to July 2021. During this phase, there will be an increased number of vaccine doses available. The McKesson company will continue to distribute vaccine and ancillary supplies directly to those organizations or agencies enrolled to provide vaccines to the community. Emphasis will be placed on ensuring access to vaccine for members of phase 1, critical populations who were not yet vaccinated, as well as for the general population, and provider network will also continue to be extended. Texas will use a new vaccine allocation and ordering system to order vaccines from the CDC. So the vaccine allocations will be calculated based on existing vaccine supply. And again, this is going to be coordinated between the Department of State Health Services and the CDC, and it's going to be based the allocations on the available supplies of vaccines. So the state submits the request to the CDC for each one of the jurisdictions and each one of the facilities enrolled. And in turn, the CDC approves now with agreement from the state, and they ship directly to those facilities. Next slide, please. So phase 3 is the estimated timeline for phase 3 is from July to October 2021. During this phase, it is projected that sufficient supply of vaccine doses for the entire population will be available. The DSHS will focus on ensuring equitable vaccination across the entire population. They will also monitor the vaccine uptake and coverage, and they will reassess strategies to increase uptake in populations or community with low coverage. Additional phases being added, projecting sufficient vaccine supply and a decreased need due to most of the population be vaccinated previously. And this phase will may include booster shots on an annual vaccines if required, just such as we do the flu vaccine, which includes also H1N1. That's an annual vaccine that we require, that we're supposed to take, and we expect a COVID-19 vaccine to be the same. And by October, November of next year, we should be receiving our annual COVID-19 vaccine, God willing. Vaccine availability is open, is going to also be open throughout private providers, and the population will be able to visit the provider of their choice. Next slide, please. So the projected production of vaccines by Pfizer for the United States is 50 million by the end of 2020, approximately 1.5 million of which have been already allocated to Texas. The Moderna projects production of 20 million doses, with the first batch going to the United States. And keep in mind that these doses, each individual is going to require 2 doses, so we anticipate having this dose reduced by half. So we're trying to find more details from the state on that as well. Next slide, please. So there were 44,000 participants in the Pfizer study. 26% of them were Latinos, 10% African American. 153 participants were between the ages of 16 and 17. That's a low number. And approximately 50% of the total trial groups were women and 50% were men. The most common serious, non-serious side effects identified were injection site reactions. Those are at the highest, 84.1%. Fatigue was another non-serious side effect that was at 62.9% of the participants. Headaches, 55.1%, muscle pain, 38.3%, chills, 31.9%, joint pain, 23.6%, and fever, 14.2%. There were also 4 cases of Bell's palsy identified in the vaccine group, and that was a very small number. So the Moderna clinical trials had 30,000 participants. 20% of them were Latinos and 10% African American, and approximately 22% were persons over 65 years of age, and 15% of people under 65 years of age had medical conditions who put them at high risk of severe COVID disease. None of the Moderna participants developed severe COVID symptoms. We don't have a lot of details on the Moderna yet until after the FDA reviews their findings, then they will become public if they are approved under emergency use authorization. Next slide, please. So this is just the process. Once a vaccine company finalizes clinical trials and submit findings for approval, then the FDA independent expert panel recommends emergency use approval. And the FDA then, after that, accepts the recommendations by the independent expert panel. And then the last step is the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices reviews and votes on approval or no approval of the vaccine or the recommendations from the FDA, which is what we saw this last weekend, that it was approved by both panels for the Pfizer vaccine. Next slide, please. So this is a flow chart on the distribution methodology, in which vaccine and ancillary supplies are directed to the federal contractor McKesson to ship again directly to enrolled providers throughout the United States, including pharmacies, long-term providers, doctors, public health clinics, Indian health services, hospitals, and doctors' offices. So we see now the first shipment of vaccines coming to the hospitals this week, starting tomorrow. So you see the process for the methodology for the distribution. Next slide, please. So the advisory committee, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the advisory committee and immunization practices in case you're not very familiar with them. But this is a very important committee that approves all the vaccines for the United States. So the advisory committee on immunization practices is composed of medical and public health experts who develop recommendations on the use of vaccine in the civilian population of the United States. The recommendations stand as public health guidance for safe use of vaccines and related biological products, as any other medication. The goals of the ACIP are to decrease death and serious disease, preserve functioning of society, decrease extra burden on people suffering disparities, increase chance for all to enjoy health and well-being. The ACIP also sets goals for recommending groups when there is limited vaccine supplies, such as in the case that we're seeing right now with the COVID-19 vaccine during the phase 1. Next slide, please. So in Texas, we have a similar panel that was established to prioritize population during vaccines while the vaccines are in short supply. This is the Expert Vaccine Allocation Panel, or EVAP, which is composed of external and internal subject matter experts who make recommendations to the Health Commissioner. They establish prioritization of critical populations for phase 1 and phase 2 distribution. They also conduct weekly review of the data to guide allocation recommendations. For initial distribution of COVID vaccine, the EVAP group is basing decisions on what groups might most prevent the disease or be most exposed to COVID-19 along with their vulnerabilities. The EVAP uses the guiding principles that have been publicized and considers the CDC's ACIP guidelines practices, which include, again, protecting healthcare workers who fill a critical role in caring and preserving the lives of COVID-19 patients and maintaining the health care infrastructure for all who need it. Using these guiding principles and considering national recommendations as a first step, the EVAP has identified those who would most benefit society as a whole during limited vaccine availability. In general, those include populations most exposed to the virus, those who treat COVID-19 population, and those most susceptible to disease severity. Next slide, please. Priority groups for phase 1 have been divided into 2 tiers. Again, prioritization necessary due to the limited supplies of vaccines. Once production of vaccine increases, the number of individuals and target groups will expand considerably. So the estimated timeline for vaccination all under phase 1 is 2 to 3 months. The priority populations under phase 1, first tier, are hospital staff working directly with patients who are positive or at higher risk for COVID-19, long-term care staff working directly with vulnerable residents and staff, EMS providers who engage in 911 emergency services such as pre-hospital care and transport, home health care workers including hospice care who directly interface with vulnerable and high-risk patients. During the second tier, the staff, those included will be staff in outpatient care offices who interact with symptomatic patients, direct care staff in freestanding emergency medical care facilities and urgent care clinics, community pharmacy staff who may provide direct services to clients, including vaccination or testing for individuals who may have COVID, public health and emergency response staff directly involved in administration of COVID testing and vaccinations, last responders who provide mortuary death services to decedents with COVID-19, and school nurses who provide health care to students and teachers. Next slide, please. The supply chain distribution methodology is specific to Texas, and it involves the vaccine management team who will monitor the daily number of doses made available to Texas by the CDC. So depending on the amount of vaccine that has been produced for the United States, then the CDC is going to determine how many vaccines each state receives. And this is what we know, that this team is going to monitor the daily number of doses that the CDC is making available to Texas. So the EVAP, the Expert Vaccine Advisory Panel, works with the SHS in the weekly allocations. They use data and specific doses allocated. And again, they develop recommendations for the Health Commissioner's approval. The vaccine allocation team will allocate and order vaccine in the CDC's vaccine tracking system for shipment to registered Texas providers. Next slide, please. So at the local level, I don't know if I have mentioned this before, but we have a planning COVID-19 vaccination planning task force, and we used to host a separate meeting with the enrolled providers. So now we condensed these two groups into one group, and it has become very, very productive because we're able to share the latest information that we receive. We have the privilege of being able to access more information than many other local providers as our role as public health providers. So we share all the information that we have. We are sharing any promotional materials that we're developing. We're sharing pretty much everything that we have, and it's the same with any of the group members. They're sharing whatever they're creating so that nobody has to start from scratch. So that meeting, I think Betsy Keller participated. She's a member of the task force as well, and it meets on a weekly basis. So we have the dispensing plan for the Department of Public Health. This is regularly updated, and I want to emphasize that it's a dispensing plan. We are not involved in distribution of the vaccines. The distribution is between the Centers for Disease Control and the Department of State Health Services. So everything is pretty fluid in terms of anything related to shipments of vaccines and other details. So we update our plans on a regular basis as new information comes in. We also have been very fortunate to have had access to Pfizer representatives. They immediately after, so we meet with them on an as-needed basis, but we are in communication with them on a regular basis. They were very kind to immediately after the vaccine was approved over the weekend. At the end of the day, it was pretty late. They sent us the emergency use authorization and the fact sheets that we are going to need to provide to our patients, to our clients. We also meet with the Department of State Health Services on a weekly basis, and this is to discuss vaccine dispensing and any details related to providing the vaccine to the public. We are also very engaged in promoting enrollment of local providers. As you know, this time the federal government decided to take a different approach for dispensing of vaccines during a pandemic. During H1N1, the Department of Public Health was the only major responsible entity for vaccinating the whole population. That was very, I don't know if you remember, any of you experienced H1N1 in El Paso, but it was very, 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 very difficult because we had the responsibility to vaccinate anybody who wanted the vaccine. This time, the federal government decided to open this opportunity to vaccinate community members to any qualified provider in the community. And I'll go over the numbers that we have been able to enroll locally. So we continue to promote the enrollment of providers so that we can have wider coverage in El Paso. So we also map those locations to see where the dispensing sites are going to be, these local providers, and for us to identify any gaps that we might need to fill, either with the deployment teams or by recruiting other providers that may be interested in providing services in that area. So this is how we identify service gaps. Next slide, please. So we have up to last week, we had 161 sites enrolled to dispense the vaccine in El Paso. That includes 7 vaccination clinics for the Department of Public Health. Those who have enrolled so far, and we expect to have a larger number when those numbers are shared with us from the state. So we have quite a few community health clinics enrolled. We have all the federally qualified health centers. You're familiar with them, La Fe, Project Vida in Centro San Vicente. They have enrolled already. We have quite a few locally owned pharmacies. We have urgent care clinics, and we have quite a few private medical practices as well enrolled. Next slide. So the enrollment, the qualifications for the providers to be able to enroll is they must have a national provider identification number. They need to have a medical practitioner. It has to be either a physician, a nurse practitioner, to sign up as the responsible medical provider. They all are supposed to follow ACIP requirements and recommendations, and that is primarily in regards to the populations that are targeted during a shortage of vaccine or low production. They need to comply with the CDC requirements for COVID-19 vaccine management and maintain adequate storage capacities to maintain integrity of the vaccine, cold chain requirements. They must report dose usage within 24 hours to the state immunization registry in track 2. And they must report all doses received, including administered, lost and wasted vaccines, etc. Next slide, please. So this is just a sample. I don't think this is the most updated map. This gives you an idea on how we are tracking. We have a team of UTEP analytics team that is working on helping us track all these providers, and they are producing these maps. So they will probably have provided the most updated one. I'm not sure this includes all the 161, but that's how we are tracking the providers in the community. So this way we are able to identify any areas that have gaps, that they don't have providers, so that we can again try to recruit other local providers or come up with a plan for us to see how we can fill that gap. Next slide, please. So there's a pharmacy, federal pharmacy program that is going to add much more capacity to the city of El Paso. And basically the federal government, the CDC, has contracted with CVS and Walgreens pharmacies to provide vaccination services, the whole gamut of the vaccination services, to local health providers. And that is going to include the cold chain management, administration of the vaccines, and they are also going to take care of all the reporting requirements, which are plenty for the long-term facilities. So this is primarily for long-term facilities, for the staff, and for the residents of these facilities. So again, we have quite a few long-term facilities in El Paso that we have, we're tracking just to make sure that everybody's aware of this opportunity and that everybody has enrolled. So we have identified a few that had not enrolled, and we contacted them to see how we could assist them. Next slide, please. So this is just, remember that the Department of Public Health is one of many, many providers enrolled to provide services, vaccination services for COVID. So we have our teams. We're going to have 7 clinics. They are going to be, 6 of them are going to be drive-through, and 1, because of parking space, is going to be a clinical setting on a walk-in basis with limited number of individuals to observe social distancing. So we are planning on having 5 vaccinators per site. And we estimate, based on our current practices, that we will take about 10 minutes to vaccinate each patient. So that is, each vaccinator is going to be able to vaccinate 6 individuals per hour. Or at the end of the day, with five vaccinators, we are going to be able to provide 240 vaccines, vaccinate 240 patients per site. and that would give us a total approximately per day 1,680 patients over these 7 sites. We also plan on having the composition of deployment teams to send to sites where there's a gap in services or other places. We also have 5 vaccinators per deployment site, and the calculation on the throughput per day is going to be the same at 6 patients per hour per vaccinator. Next slide, please. It's the same for we're planning on using the COVID testing drive-through sites as well as vaccination sites. And we also estimate the same, 6 individuals vaccinated per vaccinator, 48 patients per vaccinator per day. And we can do the math depending on the number of vaccinators that we have in the community. So again, the pharmacy partnership for long-term care program is the one that I explained already, which is adding capacity to El Paso vaccination capacity. And after the individual is vaccinated at any location, they have to wait. I have 30 minutes here, but it's actually 15 minutes. They have to wait 15 minutes. If they have any medical conditions or have had any allergies, not severe allergies, but they're concerned with anything else, then they need to wait for 30 minutes. But the majority of the individuals will be waiting 15 minutes before they are released from the parking areas to monitor for adverse events. Next slide, please. So we received this calculation from the state. This is for Region 910. This is the estimated number of high-risk populations that they have identified. They have the long-term care residents at 14,301, active EMS 3,381, hospital employers 60,771, all non-EMS health 30,443, and adults over 65 211,456. And then high-risk critical condition individuals, 513,205. Next slide, please. So we are trying to, so they're not providing the populations by jurisdiction. And although we are not going to vaccinate the whole community ourselves, the Department of Public Health is going to be amongst the 161 enrolled sites. We still want to know how many individuals we have in El Paso County per risk population so that we can see if there's a large number in one population or the other that we need to outreach to ensure that everybody is vaccinated. So these following 2 slides, next slide, are pretty much the same. We are trying to identify the numbers, and this again are figures that the UTEP analytics team is researching and putting together for us. The data is used from a variety of sources, and it is based on 2019 data. It can be CMS, Medicare, Medicaid, it can be you name it, census, workforce, and so on and so forth. Next slide. So that is, again, the last slide in terms of these numbers that we're trying to identify. Next slide. So the next step, we're ready to receive the vaccine. We have our clinics ready to go. We are just working out the last details, and we don't know exactly when the Department of Public Health is going to receive a shipment of vaccines. My understanding is that the state notifies the facilities of the allocation of vaccines. They provide the number that each of the facilities is going to receive. And then based on the hospital shipments, then a week later, they will receive the shipment. But the shipments are coming separately for ancillary supplies, and the vaccines are coming, as of now, they're coming directly from Pfizer. Later on, the McKesson company will do shipment for both. So I think one of the main things right now is for us to begin our community education. We need to just start talking to people about the side effects, about the benefits of the vaccine, and just all the answer all the questions that the community might have. We're gathering an FAQ, frequently asked questions, so that we can post on the EP Strong website so that people can, if they have any questions, they can go through that set of FAQs to hopefully have their questions answered. We're starting we are hosting a town hall this Thursday in English, and we're hosting another one Tuesday of next week in Spanish. And it is a medical panel that is going to be talking to the community, just providing an overview on side effects, benefits of the vaccine, childhood vaccines, and so on and so forth. We're going to leave a big section of the meeting for Q&A, and we are asking the community to ask their questions before the meeting so that we can be more productive and have more answers for the community. So education, just be ready for the expansion, but we anticipate that the rollout will continue to be slow until the Moderna vaccine. We anticipate that if this weekend it's approved by the FDA and the ACIP, then they will start rolling out the vaccine to communities as well within the next 2 weeks. And at that point, we will see a larger number of vaccines coming into our community. So that's all I have. And I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Angela, just one question.
Yes.
Back on the slide that you talked about any kind of reactions, it was less than 0.5%, correct?
The adverse reactions?
Yes, ma'am.
I just went over the all the side effects, non-serious side effects, and that's what I provided the percentages. I don't know if you want that slide projected again.
No, ma'am. I just wanted to confirm it's 0.5%. Sometimes when we talk about what the makeup of that 0.5% was, people lose sight of the fact that it was just 0.5%. Right there.
Yes, I'm looking for my paper slide here.
So the frequency of serious adverse events is low, less than 0.5%.
It's very, very low. The only thing, and it's not, I'm still reading, it's a very long study. So I'm just reading it very carefully and extracting pieces of information that are relevant to El Paso community, but you're absolutely right. They are the 0.5%, which is very, very, very low.
Thank you.
Judge, that was the next one's presentation, Angela. I mean, like I said, we've been waiting to get more information. I think this is a great group because they can disperse, misconceptions and sort of focus on what we need to be understanding and emphasize things like that 0.05% situation. Could you talk a little bit about there's different each pharmaceutical, right, has very different potency or protection. Would it dovetail, I mean, would they be taking, take the first dosage from Pfizer and then the second one from another one, or are they kept separate as far as when you take the vaccine from different pharmaceutical companies, or just talk a little bit about that interaction between the different pharmaceutical companies? As it pertains to us.
Yes, sir. No, so there's 2 doses, right? As I said before, only one, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which is still on the 3rd trial, is a 1 dose. So the vaccines are applied, has to be applied from the same vaccine. You cannot mix Pfizer with Moderna. It has to be Pfizer with Pfizer. So that is something that the vaccinators, the vaccinating agencies are going to have to be very careful with. But I think that's everybody knows that because we've been talking about this for now. So it has to be the same maker, the same vaccine. Now there's for the individual to be fully immune, not fully because it's not 100%, but it's in the high 90s, the effectiveness. For the individual to reach that level of immunity, they have to make sure that they receive both of the vaccines. So it has to be between 21 and 28 days. If for whatever reason the individual did not receive the second shot on time, then they have to not start all over, but they have to immunize that individual as soon as possible. But to be able to reach fuller, greater immunity, we have to go through both of them.
Thank you. The other thing is, I've been really focusing on that we're a region, and Juarez has their own situation, and we have our situation, and I'm just, do you have any knowledge as to what's going to happen from their side? We got a lot of U.S. citizens that live in Juarez and residents that live in Juarez, and a lot of them, they come back and forth. And do we have some logistic understanding of how to address that situation? I just wish that there was a way that we were acting in sort of in harmony with Chihuahua, the state of Chihuahua, and what they're doing. But just want to understand if you have any information or anything about their approach, because it seems a little difficult for me to understand why we're looking at it differently with so much, interaction between the two cities of Juarez and El Paso. Is there any discussion on a regional approach or anything that we could do to make sure we understand Juarez's challenges and our challenges and how we both come together?
No, Judge, I think there's, and we have the H1N1 experience, right? We don't ask and we don't deny, public health never denies services to anyone. And it's the same that is required by the federal government. We don't ask for immigration status and what have you. Being at the border, we wouldn't ask for that either. So all individuals should be immunized who need the vaccine here. But I know during H1N1 there was a lot of community outcry because they thought that Juarez citizens were coming to El Paso to receive U.S. vaccines, and they found that problematic. So there was, I don't know if you were involved back then, but there was an issue that the community had. So we have to keep that in mind as well. I know that Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, the vaccines are going to come from the federal government as well. And I know that there's a Chinese company that they are testing, and I believe the Pfizer as well, and another pharmaceutical company. So they should be able to receive the vaccine from the federal government as well. I don't know the details in terms of how much vaccine they are going to allocate to the states and the municipalities. But I can certainly find that out for you and see how we can at least estimate or be knowledgeable on what they are going to do and how that is going to affect our interventions here. We know that when there's a scarce number of vaccines, that we have the priority populations, and we have to stick to those populations at the beginning.
Yes. Okay, well, thank you, Angela. And like I said, that was a really extensive presentation, very valuable for us to get us going and moving in the right direction. So thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for Angela? I know she's very busy, especially waiting to see the shipments and when they come in, and she's been a great partner with UMC, and so we really thank you, Angela, for everything you're doing. You're having to switch from COVID to vaccines really quickly. So, any questions from anyone, please?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. It was a great presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Anytime, I'm here for you.
Okay. What you said? What's happening on Thursday? There's going to be sort of town hall meeting kind of situation? Do you have any information, or
yes,
maybe I
sir.
missed it?
It's going to be in Laura Cruz Acosta, our city's strategic communications director. She is just sending the press release and the information. We did this over the weekend, and we have a panel of medical providers, experts. That includes also Dr. Carranza, all of them bilingual, because we're going to do it in Spanish as well the following Tuesday. And it is on Thursday at 6:30 p.m. and it's a virtual town hall. So you should be receiving an invitation for that as well. But it's a community town hall. And in the future, we're planning on having the same type of town halls. Do 2 months down the road to see how people's knowledge has increased or perceptions, so we can answer questions for them as well.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
You're
Thank
very
you,
welcome.
Angela.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have a good
Thank you.
evening.
Bye-bye,
and
Betsy.
Back to you, Betsy. Thank you, Angela.
Good night, sir.
Thank
Good
you.
night. Thank you.
Jessica, we're ready to go back to item number 20, please.
Item number 20. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the First Amendment to the Broadband Market Analysis, Demand Study, and Subrecipient Agreement between the County of El Paso, Texas, and the El Paso Community Foundation. Funding in the amount of $130,482 is available in General Fund, Economic Impact Initiative, Contract Number 2020-1069. Further, discuss and take appropriate action regarding reappropriating $130,482 of CARES Act funding to the El Paso Community Foundation's Get Shift Done program.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros with Economic Development. The contract amendment before you is a follow-up to an agenda item that we had on the agenda a couple of weeks ago, where we were wanting to amend the broadband contract that we've entered into with El Paso Community Foundation to evaluate needs for broadband infrastructure. As the court recalls, because of revised Treasury guidance that stated that goods needed to be paid for and received, right, goods and services, by December 30th, we wanted to make sure that our contract was in compliance with that order. And so we are proposing to, what the amendment accomplishes rather, is cleans that up, ensures that approximately half of the contract is paid for with CARES Act to reflect the administrative fee as well as the work that will have occurred by December 30th. And then the remaining fund of approximately $130,000 would come out of the general fund, specifically out of the Economic Development Initiative Fund, the Economic Impact Fund. So that is the first action being requested. The second action is, given that there was $130,000 programmed to the El Paso Community Foundation for the purposes of the study that will effectively not be needed because of the contract amendment, the Community Foundation has proposed that the court consider allocating that funding toward the Get Shift Done program. That is the program administered by the Community Foundation, which helps out-of-work shift workers to actually, provides them with employment, and they're working in partnership with the El Pasoans Fighting Hunger Food Bank to actually ensure that our community is meeting the need and demand that is being placed on local food banks and food pantries. So with this, if this is agreeable to the court, this would allow the Community Foundation to recoup some of the costs it's spent down currently, which would then extend the program, the Get Shift Done program, well into the spring, using the private money. So we would spend the money down from CARES Act, free up some general fund dollars that the Community Foundation has, or some private dollars, excuse me, that the Community Foundation have, and then that would extend the program out further. And so we do feel it falls in line with a lot of the goals that the Commissioners Court has established to date, and we feel that it would be a good use of the funds that were already dedicated to the Community Foundation for a different study. And so we'd recommend approval of both items, and I'm available to take any questions that the court may have. And I do believe that Mr. Eric Pearson with the Community Foundation is on the call in the event that the court has any questions specifically for him on the proposal.
Eric, welcome. Any additional comments or anything from you?
No, well, I guess I say no and then I say something. I really think this program is kind of what the doctor ordered in terms of the diametric opposition of economy and health best practices, which we've seen since March when this really started to take hold. We're creating jobs and we're helping people who are less ambulatory, helping people who are food insecure, and we're giving those folks who have been laid off, mostly restaurant workers, which represent about 50% of the unemployment claims across the state of Texas. We're giving unemployed restaurant workers the opportunity to have the dignity of a day's work, in addition to helping out their community in a big way. So we just think this is a great program and it checks the boxes on health and economic development.
Thank you, Eric. It's always a pleasure, and you're very trusted in our community, and it always helps to have your validation support. We thank you for that, Eric. Jose, back to you.
It's just, Commissioner, so if this was agreed to, the action would be to, one, approve the amendment, and then the second item would be to approve the development and execution of a CARES Act subrecipient agreement with the Community Foundation for the scope of this work, and that would be upon legal review and approval. And so this item has not been submitted to the County Attorney's Office for review at this time, but this is just an instance of the end of the year last Commissioners Court meeting, and so we do feel it falls in line with the provisions outlined in the CARES Act. In the event the County Attorney's Office finds a reason that it would not, we would not pursue that agreement, but if it does, then we would ask the court consider authorizing the county judge to execute that once that subrecipient agreement has been developed. And that would be in accordance with the contracts that have been executed recently for CARES Act subrecipients.
Thank you. So move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Item number 21, Human Resources. Approve the implementation of a 60-day service waiting period for employees enrolling in a County of El Paso sponsored benefit plan effective January 1st, 2021.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. This is Sam Trujillo. I'm the Deputy Human Resources Officer for the County of El Paso. I did notice that my agenda item was sandwiched between two of Jose's items today, and I really wanted to stretch out my item, but for the interest in time, I will try to keep this presentation short.
Thank you, Sam.
So, Judge, the purpose of this agenda item today is to reestablish a service waiting period before new employees would be eligible to receive specific county benefits. Both private and government agencies maintain some type of waiting period before allowing employees to receive benefits. Waiting periods can be anywhere between 0 and 90 days as per the Affordable Care Act, but most government agencies we checked had between 30 and 90-day waiting periods. The purpose of the waiting period, especially when you have multiple benefits or multiple medical plans like we do, is to give employees and their families ample time to identify what benefits and plans are best suited for their needs and allow time for the entity to set up the employees into private provider systems or internal systems and things like payroll deductions. Prior to March of this year, the county used a 90-day service waiting period for employee enrollment into several of the county benefits. And then on March 19th, as part of the COVID-19 actions that we were taking at that time, the Commissioners Court waived the county's medical plans service waiting period, the 90-day service waiting period for employees enrollment. And then on March 30th, staff requested and the Commissioners Court approved to add several other benefits to the waiver so that we could align the other benefits that we had with the medical plan until December 31st. Staff advised the court during the March meeting and again during the fiscal year 21 budget hearings that we would conduct an analysis on the impact of the elimination of the 90-day service waiting period, and staff would bring back our findings to the court for consideration of any potential changes for plan year 2021, which begins on January 1st here in a couple weeks. Staff has conducted an analysis and our presentation is attached to the agenda report. But Judge, the short version of this is that staff is very capable of handling a waiting period anywhere between 0 to 90 days. But administratively, financially, and to allow enough time for employees to review their benefits with their families, staff is recommending that beginning on January 1, 2021, the court adopt a 60-day service waiting period with an effective date of benefits coverage occurring the first of the following month after the 60-day service waiting period. We would also like to recommend the same waiting period apply to other benefits that align with the medical plan. These would be items like dental, disability insurance, basic and supplemental life, vision, the health savings account and FSA, deferred comp, and prepaid legal. So today we are prepared to present our analysis, or if the court wishes, we can act on these recommendations.
Thank you, Sam.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Sam.
Item number 22, Public Works. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the State Infrastructure Bank loan agreement and all necessary documents to include the attached resolution in the amount of $4,600,000 with the Texas Department of Transportation for the Pelicano Widening Project. Repayment of the loan will begin in FY 2022 through use of dedicated ad valorem tax revenue from the Interest and Sinking Fund. Contract number 2020-0974.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros with the Planning and Development Department, or the other side of the Sam sandwich for this afternoon. The item before you today is the approval of the loan agreement with the Texas Department of Transportation State Infrastructure Bank. They are a finance tool that is utilized by agencies to provide below market interest rates for loans for infrastructure programs. And these funds are appropriated through the Pelicano Widening Project that is currently ongoing. The $4.6 million will be used to capture the county's required match on the program. And this is an item that has come before the court as we previously requested the authorization to submit the loan application. I'm happy to prove that we were approved. And at this point, we are executing the loan agreement. Upon review and execution by TxDOT, we will work on having the funds transferred into the county's financial system at the beginning of 2021. And the amortization schedule is very generous. The interest rate is just above 1%, and repayment begins in 2022. And again, as the agenda item states, the repayment of this will be used, will come out of the INS tax revenue, and will be pledged and accounted for in the development of the fiscal year 2022 budget. I would ask for any question, or ask, I'm available to take any questions the court may have, and ask for the court's favorable consideration.
Thank you, Jose. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 30, grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioners Court for final acceptance and approval. And I'm sorry, that's item number 23. Approve and authorize the Planning and Development Department to submit an online grant application to North American Development Bank seeking financial assistance to provide first-time wastewater and water services to approximately 304 homes within Mayfair, Willoughby Road, and Laura E. Mundy 237 colonias located in Precinct 4 area. No county match is required. Contract number 2020-1083.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. José Meadows, the Planning and Development Department. We're excited to bring this application forward to the court for your consideration and review this afternoon. This is a submission of a grant application to the North American Development Bank, or NAD Bank, for first-time water and wastewater services to approximately 300 homes located off of Donovan in precinct number 4. There are a number of subdivisions that have historically been underserved or unserved with access to these critical utilities, and oftentimes cost of extending service to this area was a barrier of entry to receiving any grant funding. However, a few years ago in 2017, the North American Development Bank developed a comprehensive study of first-time water and wastewater needs throughout El Paso County. That planning document became a critical resource to identify what strategic projects might be out there for execution through grant programs. The Village of Vinton successfully secured a wastewater grant that will extend wastewater service up to their community along Donovan Road. And it is the extension of that infrastructure through that project that makes this project now very strategically positioned for further funding from the North American Development Bank. What we are proposing to do is submit the application and then receive some level of guidance from NAD Bank as to what level of funds might be available, whether those funds be grants, whether those funds be low interest loans or zero interest loans. At this point, we can't be sure. When this project began, its development was right at the onset of COVID-19. And so we recognize that the financial situation for agencies across the country have evolved as the pandemic has as well. As a result of that change in financial circumstance, we're not sure if NAD Bank will be able to offer full loans at this time or maybe a combination thereof. But this is a critical application to submit first, and then staff will continue to evaluate other opportunities for other financial grants or loans through other partners such as the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Rural Initiatives Office or the Texas Water Development Board. But we are asking for the court to approve the submission of this grant applications to get the process started, and we will apprise the court of updates as they come through from the North American Development Bank. I'm available to take any questions that the court may have this afternoon.
Great project. So move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Jose.
Item number 24, approve and authorize the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to apply for the Texas Department of Transportation STEP Comprehensive and Commercial Motor Vehicle Grant Programs in the amounts of $63,000 and $36,000 from October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022. County matches in the amounts of $24,855.74 and $16,439.26 will be required and will be met through existing salaries for each grant. Contract numbers 2020-1085 and 2020-1084.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and County Judge. Isabel Hernandez from the Grants and Fiscal Policy Department. The TechStock grants are for the comprehensive and CMB STEP grants for the selective traffic enforcement programs. We're focusing on speed, DWIs, intersection traffic control, seatbelts, and distracted driving 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, although we are asked to focus on major holidays. The 5 major holidays are Christmas, New Year's, spring break, Memorial Day, Independence Day, which is the 4th of July, and Labor Day. And the enforcement period would be for next October all the way up to September of 2022. The signature pages will be generated after we submit this grant proposals for January 6th. Although we will submit early, the signature pages will be on January 4th's agenda in order to submit for January 6th.
Thank you, Isabel. We spoke about this a little earlier about our safety out in the street, so move to approve.
Thank you, Judge.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Isabel. Appreciate it.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Item number 25, Budget and Finance. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the first amendment to interlocal cooperation agreement for county direct expense funding with El Paso County Emergency Services District Number 2 for COVID-19 payroll expenditures in an amount not to exceed $225,000. Funding is available in special grant COVID-19 operating expenses. Contract number 2020-1118.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. Last week, you approved the county judge to sign the interlocal cooperation agreement with ESD number 2 for county direct expense funding with Emergency Service District number 2 for COVID-19 payroll expenses. That amount last week was specifically to cover the task force operations for code enforcement of the county's current orders. Today's amendment is for the addition of another $200,000 that would cover a portion of allowable salary reimbursements directly for service calls that are COVID-19 related. This would only cover about 30% of their payroll costs that have been incurred through the allowable period, yet these service calls make up a much higher percentage of their total service calls in response to COVID-19 related events. The district, through their dispatch reports, are accounting for the purpose of each call out, and as previously requested, our attorneys did vet this request to ensure it's permissible under the allowance for the usage of CARES Act funding, in addition to meeting with the district's legal counsel as well. And at this point, we'd like to see if the county would be amenable to this additional allocation of funding to the district from our CARES Act account. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Betsy, you want to put that in perspective of everything else we're doing?
In perspective as far as
Yeah, I mean, how does this all fit in? I mean, from our situation right now, what do we have left, and just how do you feel about this particular item?
So I do think it's something we've checked. It does qualify. I think it helps out the emergency services district, but I think it's something that's optional for the court to consider.
And that's what I meant by considering it. What are we, what are we taking off the table, or is there anything that it would be in lieu of something else, or this is it'll fit into our overall plan, that it wouldn't take anything away from the other things that we've got in mind?
I don't think it takes away necessarily. Of course, I mean, there is significant need for what funds remain that we will be reimbursing ourselves. It will reduce that amount. However, it does help out the emergency services district as well. Wally, correct me if I'm wrong, ESD2, do they have the better fund balance of the two ESDs?
Yes, ma'am. ESD2 has closer to a 35% fund balance, whereas ESD1 is closer to the 25.
So they could do something similar and take from their fund balance to cover these costs if they needed to, correct, Wally?
Technically speaking, yes, ma'am.
Well, commissioners, that's my concern. I think right now at the end we're sort of competing for, for these kinds of opportunities, and also themselves, whether they're going to be, by the 31st, they're limited as well, right? They have to have those expenses by the 31st, just like we do, Betsy or Wally.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And they do. I do believe Chief Esparza is on the line, Judge, but they would have to. I don't know if he wants to add anything to this item, but they would have to expend the funds.
Okay. Chief Esparza, are you on the line?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon again, Judge and Commissioners. As Wally said earlier, this would help us offset a little bit of the overtime that we are having. We do have all the documentation ready to go for all the runs that our paid staff has been doing in response to COVID. So it isn't a allotted expense for you all. This will be in addition to the $25,000 that you had already granted. Altogether for the fire marshal side to go on the enforcement side, but there's still other way more overtime that we've been covering to set up these COVID centers that was not encompassed in the enforcement side of it. That's why we put in for this to be looked at.
So it would have a huge impact on, if you had to cover it, that'd be pretty difficult, Chief, or?
Right. If we get this covered right now, the board has already taken action to continue and amend our budget. If we have to go back and amend our budgets out of contingencies or any of those other items, then we would have to take more actions. And they've already taken the action that if this is allowed for us to continue operations as we normally would be, covering all the COVID responses for the district.
Well, you guys have done an amazing job and been a great partner. So I'd like to make a move to approve this item.
Commissioner Leon.
Judge, I'll second it, and I agree with you. That's one of the reasons that our insurance policies are lower than other regions. So they've done a great job, and as I understand, it's not taken away from any of our programs. So they, like you said, and I agree with you, they've done a great job, and just keep up the good work, and good luck out there. Take care.
Thank you, Chief, for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Judge.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perez?
Yeah.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson? Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'd like to skip
Wally?
item number 26 for now. Item number 27. Approve amendment number 9 to the County of El Paso's 2020 through 2021 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase special revenue by $41,000, increase grants by $1,195,187.90, thus increasing the overall budget of $482,139,116.95 to $483,375,304.85.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. You received a copy of this week's amendment along with the backup with your weekly highlights. There are no COVID-related items on this week's amendment. However, with the year-end activity rapidly approaching and similar to last week, I'm asking that you allow us to amend today's amendment and backup presented with a change to the portion of the amendment for your constable offices. The addition to the amendment is related to Constables 3, 5, and 7 and would allocate $700 in funding to each precinct for temporary officers that either have been or will be hired in the near future from our CESF grant. That grant does not allow for clothing. We have provided the details to the Commissioner's Court Recorder as well to be included with your final minutes to reflect this change. With that, I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Molly.
This now brings us to item number 28, executive session. Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 28A through 28C and item number 30 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.072. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
26, why? Or I wasn't sure I caught that.
We would like to come back to that item after executive session, Judge.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Thank you. Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 27 from Budget and Finance, item number 26 from Budget and Finance, approve and authorize a reallocation within CIP 2021 capital funds.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. Most of the items before you this afternoon are regarding ongoing improvement projects. I have been working with members of your capital improvement team, the auditors, and the county attorney's office on the current status of projects that are well underway and scheduled to near completion in the next few months. Next slide, please. This item will recap the projects for consideration of funding, also provide you with the estimated project completion dates and budget, and the funding recommendations. Next slide, please. Most of the projects will be discussed today have current contracts in place, bids awarded, and purchase orders in place. These projects for consideration include the bridge cap bearings for the Guadalupe Rio Port of Entry that was on your consent agenda today, the grinder completion of the lift station for the jail annex, various county facility improvements, your courthouse parking garage elevator refresh and modernization, the courthouse variable air valve project, the courthouse sidewalk and improvement entrance improvements, the pending component of your county's ERP software, a small amount for election equipment, and the TEA's building design. The last item on this list is a late interim capital request we had received from the Juvenile Probation Department for 3 areas of their roof that are in much need of repair before the rainy season of next year. So that is an item on here that approximates about $218,000. That's also on the suggested list. Overall, these total approximately $2.76 million and require a source of funding to bring these much needed projects to completion. The next slide will provide you with the funding recommendations. Next slide, please. The bridge cap bearings, the bid was awarded and the contract is approved today. That project is slated to be completed in April 2021 for about $195,000. The grinder for the completion of the jail annex lift station is en route. Upon receipt, that project will be completed either in December or early January. We anticipate December as that's en route, about $46,000. Various county facility improvements for which we have either contracts or purchase orders in place, approximating $72,000. The remaining portion of your elevator and parking, your elevator in the courthouse and the parking garage improvements, contracts in place, slated to wrap up by July 2021, a little bit ahead of schedule right now, $334,000. Your variable air valve system contract in place for your HVAC system, pending completion in March of 2021 for $428,000. The courthouse entrance improvements, for which we have a contract in place, is slated to be completed March of 2021, approximately $196,000 remaining on that project. Your ERP software with Tyler Muniz, $371,000, also March of 2021. The election equipment grant match, also slated for this month, just over $16,000. And the item for the TEA's building design, we have a purchase order already awarded. That is slated to be wrapped up April of 2022 for approximately $180,000. As I noted on the slide earlier, we do have the one interim request from the Juvenile Probation Department for the much needed roof repair so that they can utilize the entire area of the facility, which upon successful bid and award is anticipated to wrap up by September of 2021 for $218,000. As noted, that totals about $2.76 million. Next slide, please. I have met with the staff who has reviewed their requests made during the 2021 CIP funding cycle. We've worked together to identify which projects may either be reduced or deferred until next year's cycle. On this list, right now we would recommend reducing the contingency we have for CIPs by $125,000, reduce the ITD equipment refresh by $500,000, and transfer the remaining allocation of $300,000 to ITD for the startup of the laptop lease program, and that would be an operating expense that we would continue from this point thereafter. And we would lease our laptops and our refresh from here forward, which is a project that IT has been wanting to do for some period of time. Reduce our fleet allocation by $671,000. We've met with Mr. Staple, and he's looked at his list and reprioritized that to meet our areas of most critical need. Reduce our HVAC replacement program by $60,000. That would still leave about $100,000 there for critical HVAC replacement during the calendar year or the balance of this fiscal year. We reduce our allocation for door replacement by $40,000. We would defer the 2021 sidewalk project amounting to $420,000. The 2020 sidewalk project will actually begin in January of 2021 and take up most of the calendar year 2021. So this deferral was recommended and favorable by your Public Works Director. We'd also defer an allocation to the ADA for 2021 of $250,000. And as such, we still have $218,000 remaining in our 2020 remaining ADA balance to meet our ongoing project needs. Last few items, we would defer our new holiday light display at the park by $75,000, defer some park improvements, our square ditch project, which has delays we're experiencing right now for some utility adjustments being made. And lastly, our facade project that we had allocated and the juvenile probation supervision funding. Overall, this would allow us to reallocate $2.9 million to be considered for funding for your prior slide of $276,000. With that, I would go to the last slide for any questions and ask for your favorable consideration so we may complete these capital improvement projects that are well underway.
Well, Wally, I don't know if I didn't catch it on that, the signage at Escarate that had been proposed by Commissioner Leon, was that there, or I don't know if I caught that?
No, sir. So the signage project is well underway. That came out of the 2020 allocation. That would not impact this. This would only defer some of the holiday light expansion for 2022.
Okay. Yeah, because I think that one is going to be extremely important for us. Okay, thank you.
The signage is well underway, sir.
Commissioner Leon, please. You're muted, Commissioner.
Thank you. Wally, on the square dance ditches, what is that?
So there is some ditch work required that Public Works had requested as part of their capital request, and amounting to $475,000. And right now there are some utility improvements going on in early 2021 that is going to delay that project as requested. Let me see if I have a little more detail here in my worksheet.
Hey, Wally, Norma's here. Can you let Norma here?
So, yeah, good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. The ditches are to ensure that we have proper drainage in that subdivision. But in talking to the gas company, if they're going to consider bringing in gas, they'd rather that all the utilities be in there before they consider even gas. So at this point, we're requesting to delay this so that we put all the utilities and then we put the proper drainage.
Norma, I've got a question about that. My office has been talking with a gas company about getting that gas to square dance. By delaying this, how much time are we talking about?
Well, they will not consider putting gas if there's no water and sewer in the area. And so we have to extend the water lines first. Once the water lines are extended, then they will consider coming back and doing sections of gas at a time. And so we're looking at, we plan on completing our project fairly soon in extending the water lines. But in order, like I mentioned, in order for them to consider gas, we have to have everything in there. And what would happen is they would have to cut our pavement or affect our paving. So they're requesting, in talking to them, it's the perfect timing in bringing in the water lines. And so it's what they mentioned to us, let's work together, get all those water lines in there, and then we'll consider doing sections of gas, and then we'll do RV ditches.
Okay, so they're waiting on us to complete our water extension.
Yes, sir. Because they wouldn't qualify.
Okay, thank you.
And it just worked well in coordinating this project with the PSB, because this area wouldn't have been considered for gas at all if they don't have both sewer and water. So it just worked out really well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
So the deferral of this project and pushing that to a later date made sense at this point in time.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
The deferral of this project and pushing that to a later date made sense.
So we need a motion to approve
The
these
reallocation,
changes,
yes,
right?
sir.
So move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Commissioner Perez, that might have been your last aye. Oh, congratulations. Aye.
Commissioner
Let's
Stout,
frame it.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Commissioner Leon, don't let him off the hook too early. We need him on Thursday.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we're worried about quorum.
No, I think he said that was the last one.
Oh, during the regular session, yeah. No, you're not off the hook yet, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you.
The last item. The last item on the agenda is item number 29, from the regular session. Approve and authorize the county judge to submit a letter of commitment to the Lower Valley Water District regarding future service improvements at the Fabens Airport upon legal review and approval. Contract number 2020-1123.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. José Meadows with the Planning and Development Department. This item is requesting that the court authorize the county judge to submit a letter of commitment to the Lower Valley Water District, indicating that the county does want to partner on expansion of service improvements to the Fabens Airport. After this agreement is after this letter is sent over, staff will begin working with the county attorney's office on drafting the interlocal agreement necessary to formalize the agreement and have that memorialized in a contract. But ask for the court's favorable consideration. I'm available to take any questions the court may have.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Jose.
Okay. And this completes all the items on today's agenda, Judge.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Jessica and Caesar and Miguel and Alexis and everyone that supports us through all these meetings. I won't wish no greetings because everybody's on the hook for Thursday. Okay, so I'll wait to wish you well on Thursday so you can attend the Thursday meeting. So thank you very much, and you guys have a great evening. A very important, pivotal situation with our vaccine, and I wish everyone that, our prayers that we do this right. Just think about the number of lives that will be saved if we do this right. We're going to save a lot of lives, and we can get out of this difficult situation for our families that are dealing with the crisis and the everyone. The people who have passed is just very difficult. That's to even think of that number. So I wish that the vaccine would come in fast and that we do it right and that we support it, and that there's a lot of courage and understanding that we need to validate this vaccine so there won't be any hesitation as we move forward. So thank you. Have a good evening, and I'll see most of you on Thursday. Thank you. Thank you, Betsy.
Have a good week.
This concludes today's meeting at 5:05 p.m.
Thank you, Jessica.